Hello, it's Friday, my dudes. Hello, hello, Chris. Hello, Yaga, Terry, Wolfie. Um, so happy Friday. We're gonna probably get our ass kicked again. It doesn't happy about it being Friday. I'm tired. Honestly, I overslept on my nap, and I know you're drunk, Chris. I know. I overslept on my nap, and I think that it's dragging me down. But it I just need a minute to wake up, and I'm sure I'll be good. But I'm also dreading loading into this save because if you weren't here yesterday when I might have lost my temper like a teeny tiny little bit, um, I am not in a good place. So we're gonna see if this little cheese that I saw online will work. Supposedly, if you use the travel medallion, you can leave. No, not Chet, just cheese. Apparently, if you use a travel, is this Chet? No, it's not. If you use a travel medallion, you can leave, and it won't actually end the encounter, so you can like go cook some food and come back. So, I, where's my sound? There it is. Should I ban him? I don't know. You might have to today. I go for some cheese. I know. I have zero string cheese. I have zero string cheese, and I usually do have string cheese. New. Be a cheese whiz. Be a whiz. No, I know. I usually have like a whole pack of string cheese. Alright, so if I go back down here, like, is he here? Like, is it the same dude? Ah! Where did that fucking come from? Holy shit. Holy shitting and farting. Alright, see, I don't know how this is gonna work. I don't know if I can just go right back there and like, the encounter will still be going, or if I should have, like, gone to the light route, or gone to the medallion and then I fast traveled right to the light route. Alright, so let's get these temp parts back. Alright. Let's cook. Okay. Oof. Okay. So first thing I need is a bunch of these. Shit. No, shit. Ugh. Why? It literally said cook. Why did it drop? This game sometimes, I swear. Cook. Thank you. Okay. Cook. Oh my god, did he hums? Did you hear it go Did you hear him hum his little theme song? That's such a cute detail. I'm in love so much. I'm in love. Okay. So now I need to cook food. See, these are easy. These are easy and these are cheap. Okay, and then I need some Hardee's, I guess? Okay. That wasn't a Hardee, I know. I know, I was like, I need some Hardee's, and then I cooked not Hardee, but it's fine. Okay. What do I have that's hardy? Not much. Oh, I have this. Alright, alright, alright. It's not gonna be the greatest. It's not gonna be the greatest. +3, that's fine. Okay, the fire puppies on that dude? I could possibly, I mean, if I don't straight aggro him the second I go back there, I might be able to. So Astro says this. Astro says the Muddle Bud or the Puff Shroom might actually get me just enough space long enough to, like, get a couple hits on him. So we're gonna try that. We're gonna give that a good old try. Muddle Bud sounds like mud butt. Muttle buttle. Wait, what? How'd that get ruined? That doesn't make sense. It was meat? Oh. Courser Bee Honey to stamina? I don't think I ever knew that. Like, I don't think I ever knew that. Okay. Well, too late now. I legitimately just thought it was honey. Even in the last game, I don't think I ever used it for anything other than honey. Okay, that's fine. It's done. It's over. All right. What do I have? Do I have any hardy fish? Armored. Let's do some armored and some rice. Some salt. Okay. So first thing is I need to eat some regular ass food here. Okay. There's some hearts. There's some of those. I have stamina. I have a lot of stamina that I don't really need this much stamina, but that's good for when I'm like flying. I need more hardy stuff. Okay, so I'm afraid to like go too far. I don't know. Like, I don't know how far I can go without it resetting, you know? Like, can I go get rockets and come back and will it reset? Where is he? Why? Oh. I have no idea how I pulled that off out of my ass there. Yeah, see, he has a Lionel bow. Oh, fuck. See, that right there screws me. When he avoids them so quickly. Oh! That's such a waste of my bow. Ooh. Look how many. That's 1, 2, 3. That's 8. Like 8 hearts? 8 hearts per hit. And then look, he's just dragging my dead body. Alright, hold on. We're gonna go back up. 8 hearts per hit. That's insane. Oof. That's insane. Alright, so I wonder if he's like in the middle down here. Okay. Alright, I'm not gonna waste all of it right now. But I wonder if I can... Where is he? Where is he? He's right here. Nope, nope, not a dazzle. This is what I need. Mount him. Oh, fuck. He immediately throws you off? Okay, so that plan does not work. Yeah, that's one of the things that Lynels can do is they have, like, insanely accurate shooting. Like, it's like one of the things about them that's like it's annoying. Like, they can shoot you anywhere with the most insane accuracy. It's unfair. What a little shit, yeah. Okay. Let's do this. Alright, so I want to try a different tactic here. Nope, nope, nope. How is these not breaking him? Oh, he's just doing the teleport thing. That's annoying. It's almost broken though. Oh, alright, so... What does the Rocket Club do? Like, honestly, does it just doesn't do anything? Ooh, he just hits too fucking hard as a problem is. Yeah, you can't. Two-handeds are just not gonna work right now. Like, two-handeds are just too fucking slow. They're powerful, but they're just too slow. Like, I can't even get a swing on him. I just need to get a swing. No, stop. Swing. Just go. Fuck. I can't. I can't even get in. He's using all my stuff. I gotta go. Ridiculous. Hi, Marbs. And he actually, no, the question mark was because I dropped down the puff shrooms, which like hide me for like a second. Okay, I literally can't do this. Like, this isn't a matter of coming prepared or not. This is a matter of like, I quite literally do not possess the ability to do this. Like, I literally can't do this. No, it's... Yeah, I knew he teleports, but it's just a matter, like, it's just... I just can't. Like, I can't do it. I don't have the skills to do this. Like, this is, like, I'm literally wailing into him with, like, bombs and, like, everything. Like, I don't understand what this game wants from me. Muddle bugs. I don't know what that's gonna do. Fuck, I keep doing that because I just played on the Xbox controller last night. I'm so pissed. Fuck, I'm so pissed I just did that. Shit, nope. Nope, 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 nope. That hit me. Can I hit him from the with the Goron from the upper area? The problem is, it's just you have such a limited time to be able to. Okay, I broke him. I broke him. Okay, get on, get on, get on, get on. No, get on, get on. Ah. Ooh, okay, that's exactly what I was trying to do, was spin. Okay, hold on. Hi, Laz. My hands are so sweaty right now. I'm afraid I'm gonna, like, screw up just because I'm gonna, like, hit the wrong button because my hands are so, like, shaking. This isn't fun, guys. This is not fucking fun. Look at, I just healed and he immediately... Keep spinning, don't stop spinning. Okay, just go. Okay, I gotta go. I gotta get out of here. Woo! It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Ooh, I was not out of the way. Ooh, I don't have a bow. Shit, okay. Not gonna work, not gonna work, not gonna work. Ooh. I hear him, I can't see him. Oh, that didn't make him go down? Fuck, 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 fuck. Yikes. Where is he? Where is he? I can't fucking see him. Ah! I'm literally crying. I'm literally crying. Oh my god. I'm shaking. Like I like literal tears right now. That was insane. Oh my god. Oh, Marbs, thank you so much. Oh, I am shaking. Like, I am shaking.
Hey, listen!
Just being able to get out of there and make that food to get rid of the gloom hearts was a game changer. Like, it was a game changer. You don't understand. I was so afraid to try to leave and cook because if I left in that reset, I was not going to be able to do that again. There was just no fucking way. Ugh. Absolutely nuts. Thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the cheering. Oh my god. Thank you so much. I'm literally sweating. I don't think you even understand right now. Ugh. That's what I was gonna suggest until you won and before I knew you did what um the puff shroom. Oh my god. Oh, sunny food? Yeah. Yeah. Well, the problem is that I didn't want to travel out because I knew traveling out would reset the encounter. But somebody on Twitter said if you put the travel medallion inside like the Coliseum where like it still is technically part of the encounter, it like keeps the encounter active, which is a fucking huge game changer from Breath of the Wild. Yeah, that's how I was able to leave. Is I put the travel medallion at the top of the Coliseum, but like where the music was still going, so like it was still counting as the encounter, and I was able to leave and go to a light route. So when I went to the light route, it healed my hearts, and then I was able to cook. Oh my god! All right, well, mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. I did what I set out to do. Alright, so what now? What now? Now we're practically unstoppable, so... Alright, I need to finish upgrading my batteries. Now you can finally play the game. See you nice stream, see you tomorrow. Alright, I'm done. I literally thought that was gonna take forever. Like, I'm not kidding when I say, like, even just a little earlier, I was with Astro in voice chat, and I was like, I'm not gonna be able to do this, like, I'm gonna have to, like, go prep, like, I'm not gonna be able to do this. And then I just kept cheesing it and just kept trying to get height on him. Less than half an hour! Guess who is procrastinating? DJ! 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 DJ, did you see? DJ, did you see me win? But I'm glad you're here hanging out with us, but I'm disappointed you're procrastinating. I have to be an adult. 4 lentils are rough depending on the playstyles. Yeah, but honestly, it was just I couldn't move. Like I couldn't get any sort of damage onto him or any sort of leverage onto him because I had all of my hearts were gone except for 3 hearts and they were all gloomed. So like I just couldn't. I did. I won. Yes, the fight that I was on last night when I ended yesterday. That's what I started with, and I did it. I did it. We should be wearing our prize, honestly. Look at it. It's so creepy. Let's wear our little short shorts. What shirt should we wear? Which shirt should we wear? Let's wear this shirt. No. Let's wear no shirt. No. Let's wear this. No. What shirt should we wear? I don't have like a plain shirt. Yeah, exactly. And like yesterday, what was going on was that he was just immediately staggering me. Like the second I would spawn in, he would just stagger me, and I wouldn't be able to even like move or like get a single shot off. Gonna become Skull Kid? Look at me. I like that the eyes glow. I like that the eyes glow. Okay, so, whew. You can tell Broseph. Yeah, you can tell Broseph. I do need rockets, though, for reals. My little shorts are so whittled. There's littler ones, too, which is even funnier. Okay, I want to... Wait, did I do? Oh, I have quite a few side quests still. I have quite a few side quests. So I can tell the tale? Yeah. Yeah, you can tell them I did it, though. Alright, I don't want to do that stuff yet. Okay, I have 5 people left to give mushrooms to. A battle talus. Where is there a battle talus near me? Um... Oh no. What's here? That's a Gliok right there, right? Citadel ruins? Let me look. I'm not gonna fight it, but I'm gonna look. How many Koraks do I have? It'll tell me right here. 159 out of 1,000. Yeah. Do you get anything for getting all of them? You get golden poop. You get it. Well, wait. You get a giant golden poop. I'm the best Zelderer. Thank you, Broseph. What do you do with the poop? Nothing. So, like, human meat, it's useless? Exactly. No, I said it's pretty boring. There's nothing you can do with it, and it's pretty boring. You can't do anything with human meat. Well, I guess that does make it... Why? Do you know what I just went through right now, you bitch? Now's not the time. They can't see shit. Y'all can't see shit. Can hide from him going to tap the pillars. Oh, is he like an encountered one? Like he's always gonna be here? I can't hit their hands though, like... Every blood moon. But they're like always gonna be like here in this spot. Can you? Oh, you ran away. Interesting. Okay, so I came to look to see if there's a Gliok here. And I get attacked by hands. Alright, so there has to be... this way. Is there a Gliok over there? Is that what it is? Like, why do I have it marked? A flamingo? Yes, a flamingo. A flamingo. Oh, there he is. Oh, it's a lightning? Have I haven't fought him yet. Okay. I can fight the lightning ones. Electric flamingo, yes. I can fight the lightning ones. I just need more stuff, so. But I need a battle talus, too. I don't know where to look for. I'll have to look for one. I feel like I've seen them randomly. I can't remember where I've seen them. I like really tried to think, and I was like, "There's one outside of a cave." Like, where the heck's the cave? On the Great Plateau? Ooh, pickles. What kind of pickles, Wolfie? What kind of pickles? I have crackers. Quackos of peanut butter. Nothing special, just still sandwiches. Yeah, but those are still delicious. Those are still delicious. Quackers. Give him a battle palace. Must see. Let's see if Laz is right. Littlefoot like the dinosaur? Hmm. I haven't, like, eaten dinner. I had a bowl of cereal. I have some Hot Pockets that I could make, technically. He goes, home. That's funny. I hope Marbs comes back so he can tell me what I didn't want to talk about during that fight. You know what else I need? Why? Why are you here? Come on. Let go. Jesus Christ. Come on. So there's literally no way to do this without a bow. Fuck, I don't have anything for Phantom Ganon. Alright, throw the foods. Give it a high five. Shut up. It's so cheesy. I hate it so much. Does that hurt? Like, that seems stupid, right? Got him. With flowers, so what triggers allergies? I wanted to make him cough a little bit. Just give him a little Just a little Okay, so there's a battle talus over here somewhere. He didn't take a Claritin. Dun dun dun! The battle of the Claritin. This lizard. No, I need it. No, son of a bitch. Right. Oh god. My heart is like still pounding from earlier. And I still have to get some more outfits. Like there's some outfits that I don't have. Ooh, it's gonna hit me. What did I just hear? Okay. Where is this talus? Ah, haha! I was like, where's this talus? Should I wait for it to, like, stand up? Hmm. Shit, too far. Damn, those were literally all too far. Damn, why are those? Oh my gosh, they're like... There we go, that's perfect right there. Blow up, amazing. Oh my god, that's so perfect. Do it again. Do it. Oh my god, it blew up right off the thing that I wanted it to. Alright, let's get a better picture here. There we go, that's better. The ground lives, yes, it's a talus. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da. Ba-da-ba-ba-da. Sir, I think the fuck not. Ooh, what if I do... Yes. Yes. It's so dumb! Give me your heart, sir. Alright, let's fuse that to... Let's fuse that to this. Do these count in the monster book? Monsterpedia, whatever? Like, is this gonna say defeated next time I come over here? I'm honestly, like... I'm kind of afraid how... Finally beat the boss in the game. Now physics? Now onto physics. I'm afraid, how little percentage it's gonna be when I end up beating the game. It's gonna be like 27%. Like, what? I've done so much. Stretch? Why? Because I've been so tense? Is that why? Don't become a ball of tense. It's hard not to. It's hard not to. Can I hydrate? Okay. 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 I'm kind of like... Well, what do I do now? Because that's kind of what I thought I was gonna have to focus on. Don't be the stress ball. I already am the stress ball. I don't know how to not be the stress ball. Hi, Witchev. Welcome in. Okay. So I did that. Okay, so I can go back to... What's his name now? Oh, let me get these butterflies. Nope. You're the stress ball? I think all of us are stress balls. Oh, you know what? I wish I thought of it. Man, I should have made my victory. I should have made it a moment. Like, I should have made it one of those channel moments, you know? Have you ever tried not being stressed? God. God, it's like you don't even try to just not be stressed. It's like you don't even try. What if you just didn't? Yeah, what if you just didn't? Have you ever thought of just not? Somebody tell stress no. Legally, it can't affect you. Yeah, honestly, consent is important. And I don't consent to being stressed. So... Yes, we are stopping for this one plant. What is that? Not today, stress with the power of God and anime. I say nay! I have the power of God and anime on my side. Stress can't hurt you. Oh look, a little mini stable? Wait, are you a mini stable again? X you. Back Marbs, what did you want to talk about when I was in the middle of that very stressful fight? I want a mini stable, yes. With your ears. No, you're good. I would like... Oh. Your name is Link? I am Link. I'll give you 1 point. Amazing. So, yes. Ah. You've been thinking. Yes.
Ah.
I'll put my horse away.
Oh.
Okay. Wait, is he gonna be there? Oh, would have been cool if he was right there.
Ah.
Okay, goodbye.
Oh.
Okay, goodbye. I like how I peer around stuff in video games like a dummy. I am not playing Diablo. I have never played a Diablo game. I had no intentions of playing it. So unfortunately, no, I can't help you get started in Diablo. I've never played Diablo before. And especially in a game like that where it's an MMO, like the best thing is really to just kind of learn it yourself. To be completely honest.
Hi.
Get you started in Diablo 4. It's so popular I figured you'd played it. No, I haven't played it. I've never played one.
Oh.
Ooh, please have something new. Please have something new. Please have something new. Please have something new. Nope. I have never played a Diablo game, actually. Never once. Nothing? Nothing good? I need rockets. Give me rockets, please. I need rockets, please. 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 Okay, so I don't think this one has rockets in it. That sucks. I think I was gonna try next. I've never tried anything like this, but it feels compelling. I will say I was very taken in my time in Street Fighter over the past couple days. Street Fighter and Diablo are very, very, very different. But I mean, I've played Street Fighter like a long time ago. Like, I think I've played it in like arcades or something. Like, I don't even think I've ever owned a Street Fighter game. You're so pumped for Street Fighter 6? Really? Really? And what chip? I didn't take you for a Street Fighter guy. Chris. Oh, Mighty Cart. He's playing tournament. Did you really? I don't maybe because like I've only ever seen you play like Resident Evil and like Warframe and stuff. And Sea of Thieves, obviously. Like I don't know, I just didn't you didn't strike me as a fighting guy. It's really good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. He said he has the feel of Street Fighter 6 games. It's kind of cool. That's cool. That's really awesome. Good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm glad you're liking it. That's very important. Tekken. I love Tekken. I used to play... Yeah, I used to play Tekken. Yeah, because Tekken was the one that was on Sega, right? Which one was on Sega? Like, whatever the one was on Sega, I think was the one I played. I can't remember if it was Tekken. I played a lot. I played a lot of Mortal Kombat. Like, I played a lot of Mortal Kombat. Soul Calibur? Yeah, I've played Soul Calibur. Virtua Fighter is Sega? Maybe? Maybe that's the one. The Mortal Kombat 1 trailer? Like the trailer for the game for Mortal Kombat 1, I can't say I have. You play so much, I figure you just play everything. I play a lot, but I don't play everything, actually. Like, I've never played a Final Fantasy game. I've never played, like, a Resident Evil or, anything like that. There's a lot of stuff I've never played. The new game, they're resetting? Interesting. So they're just doing a new Mortal Kombat? I use a cheap throw trick to win most battles since in Smash Brothers Melee back in the Dizzle day, I used to play as Donkey Kong and I would just like spam the ground slam so nobody could stand up and people would like stop playing with me.
Oh.
Never played a Final Fantasy game? Yeah. There's a lot of stuff that I don't play. And there's a lot of stuff that people will be like, "Oh, play this with me." And then I'll like end up playing it and I'm like, I'm going to straight up offend you right now. I hate this." So, Final Fantasy 8 was the best and I'll fight anyone. If someone were to potentially dive into the Final Fantasy series, where would you recommend starting? $15. Why? The boy band? You guys are so funny. 10 to 2 is fun. Or is it 10-2? 10 version 2. X2. X-Men 2? Wow. I like X-Men 2. It's a good movie. Chris? Chris? Switch is your first Nintendo? Really? Oh my god, I've been playing Switch. I've been playing Nintendo almost my entire lifetime, honestly. I'm going on a field trip far from here. Nintendo did. Mm-hmm. Double Dragon. Mm-hmm. Double Dragon was a fun one. Okay, hold on. Here's a throwback. Do you guys remember this game? Do you guys remember this game? Hold on, where's my thing? Do you guys remember this game? Pirates of the Dark Water. You do? This game was hard as fuck. This game was hard as fuck. I want to get it on an emulator and I want to see if I can play it. I want to get it on an emulator and see if I can play it as an adult. And then the other one, Chris, you didn't find it. I want this. I want this on an emulator right fucking now. I want this on an emulator right fucking now so I can play this shit. This shit was so hard. This game was so hard. No, I want you to do it. You need to do it for me. No, you need to do it for me. Pay attention. Wait, what just happened? Wait, why'd my capture card just go away? Oh, shit. There you go. He's too drunk to function. I know. He said to tell me that he's my favorite, and I'm not going to because he's been an instigator all stream. Oh. Oh. What do you want now? Chris, it's the liquor, yeah.
Oh.
His sounds make me want to hit something. It do be like that sometimes. Sega Genesis, Sega Saturn, Dreamcast, Xbox, Xbox 360, Xbox One, Series X, TurboGrafx, 3D, and the Switch. Wow.
Ooh.
Yeah, I have a lot of mine too. But not that many, honestly. Oh, excuse me. Frocks?
Oh.
Okay, we gotta get a Frocks picture. On October 3rd, he borrowed my pencil. It's true. And he asked what day it was. And I said, it's October 3rd. Do not quote the dark magic to me, for I was there when it was written. Alright, I have to do what I've never done in the game yet, and everyone has given me shit for it. I've never made... Here we go. Why'd you leave me alone with the children? Because I asked 4 times if we were fucking playing anything, and the 2 of them talked over me, and talked over me, and talked over me, and talked over me, so I fucking hung up.
Ma.
I need money. You haven't seen the Lord DJ. Oh my god. I wish that, like... Unless someone has a workaround. I wish there was a way to, like, stream movies in Discord still without, like, the sound being muted or whatever. Because I would totally do... Like, I would stream all 3 extended editions tomorrow, like, from beginning to end. I would do all 3 in Discord. But, like, it always gets muted, or, like, or the screen goes black, or, like, there's all these, like, protection things now that I don't know how to get around. That's what I need. I need din roll. Has movie night every Monday with no issues. How are they doing it then? How are they doing it then? Because every time I try to stream something from Netflix or Hulu or HBO, it either blocks the sound or it blacks out the picture. And I don't know how. It used to be as simple as... It used to be as easy as you just had to do it from Discord in a browser, not on the app. But that hasn't worked since I tried. I forgot I have an Atari and an Nintendo 64. Ooh, with an HDMI digital mod, that's nice. Probably just abandon them in the car with the windows up. Obviously. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'll have to figure it out. Because I would absolutely do that. I would absolutely 100 million bajillion% do a movie night with Lord of the Rings. I know a lot of people do movie nights. I just, like, the only thing that is not an option, and it's just because it's me and because I'm stupid, is I don't have... Maybe I shouldn't say this. Maybe I shouldn't say this. I don't know how to use a VPN. So, like, if that has something to do with it, like, I don't know how to do that. I have the Blu-rays, yeah, but I don't have a disc drive on my computer. Which mod is running it? Yeah. Run them through Xbox. My god. Do you know I would have to, like, set Xbox and shit up? Like, if that's not, like, setting my Xbox up is not, like, a simple solution. Have I discovered this? Yes, I have. Okay. HDMI to your screen? Yeah. That's how my... Yeah, I know, but you play on Xbox. I don't play my Xbox. Like, it would be, like, I would literally have to, like, run it from in there all the way through here. There's gotta be a way to do it. There has to be a way to do it. Either that, or I'll just have to set my Plex server back up. Should I fucking around with that tonight? I want to figure it out, honestly. An external disk drive? Yeah, but all of that requires money. Like, all of that requires money. Getting a VPN is money, or a disk drive is money, or, like, just everything is, like, money. Oh my god, finally, that's what I want. Okay. How many do you need? 5. Okay, I need 3 more. Man, I wanted to get up to the dragon, but now I don't know where she is. Oh, she's over there? Holy shit. Holy shit. Xbox is your free option? Kind of. Mostly free. Mostly free, because I would have to, I'd still have to get another, cord. Like a long cord. I'll figure it out. There's gotta be a way. I mean, what if it's literally just as fucking easy, cheesy as, like, running it through OBS and then streaming my OBS screen? You know? Have I gone in there yet? I have, okay. I'm not gonna make it to this dragon. How do I not follow you? Woodchip, thank you so much for that follow. How'd you find the channel? Thank you. Now I do. Now you do. That is funny though, yeah. Let's do this. And this. Oh my god, Becky. Look at her butt. It's so big. Come on, Tulin, just get me close enough that I get the updraft that he creates. Come on, where's the fire updrafts? Let's go. Alright, fine. Oh shit. Claw? Nice. Where'd it go? Where's it going? Oh, god that. Alright, let's go turn this into the spring. Spring of what you call it. What am I looking for? Here it is. Spring of power? Yes. Spring of power. Oops, I didn't mean to close that. I just meant to. You should eat, but I'm lazy. I also should eat.
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
I should also eat, but I am bar. I am very bar. It sounds so crisp. I know, I told you. I made it so crispy. I made it so crispy. It's chef's kiss. Esther, are you drunk? I know, I feel like I'm like the butt of some joke that I don't understand right now. No, no. We'll see. Oh my god, that scared the fucking piss out of me. Both of them drunk? Yeah. Alright, I want to get some armor pieces, and I know that I've said that every time, but like, I want to get some armor pieces. I might put a hot pocket in the toaster oven. Ooh, a shooting star. Hot pockets? Yeah, hot pockets are legit. Hot pockets are legit. Where am I going? Why is this taking so? You should cook something and you go shopping after work. What are you thinking of cooking? What's cooking, good looking? Spring of power. Pew. Hello, I have a claw. It's the claw. Pepper marinated pork, tomahawk, and tater tots. Oh my god. That sounds so good. Like little smokies. Bratwurst smokies. Bratwurst. Bratwurst. Big? Average size. Average is the word that summons. Girth. Average Astro. Average size Astro. Like, does anybody watch Bob's Burgers? You know how there's regular size Rudy? Average size Astro. No! I see you! No! Tulin, why are you fighting them? Nani? Oh, there he is. Huh? He can't hear me before when I'm trying to talk, but he can hear me now, huh? I see how it is. Wait, why'd you turn your eyeball in the last second there? Fuck, I was too fast. I was too early. Why don't I have a shield? Did you just kick me? Did you just kick me? I think he just kicked me. Kick him back. Man, I wish I had a kick. Wish I had a kick button. Straight up Sparta. He did. Did you see that? I don't know, Wolfie. I think it is. I think it is skin and poop. I don't know what to do with it. Like, it literally, it's so, like, nondescript, too. Look at. Use it in cooking to get a gloom-resistant effect. This is Hyrule! Bruh! You should yeet me into oblivion. The Mother Goddess statue in the Forgotten Temple. This Sparta's on fire. This Sparta's on fire. Exactly. I do not want to cook with anything called a dark clump, and I do not want to put that in my food. It is literally called dark clump, and you want me to put that in my food? I think not. Oh my gosh, look at... She's standing! She was falling and she was broken before. Help, I've fallen and I can't get up. Are you gonna give me a heart? Like, are you gonna just give me one? Like, I literally saved you. You should give me a heart. Devout swordsman who offers his prayers. I'd like to present you a sword. What? She's giving me a weapon? Okay, Maria. Making noise? Don't look at me like that. No shit! No shit! Guys, this is the Skyward Sword. This is the Skyward Sword which eventually becomes the Master Sword. That's so dope. Go forth and murder in her name. $92. No, it's gonna break. But maybe possibly it gets added to the post. I'm super close to the camera because I have to itch my back. Maybe possibly it gets added to the post statues. Like how the other legendary weapons do. Maybe. Let's see. Like just story stuff. So without like ruining anything plot-wise, I've done all of the temples. Well, I've done the 4 temples. Like I've done fire, water, lightning, and wind temple. Right now, my main quest is to go find Zelda in the castle, but I'm procrastinating. I do still have quite a few side stories and quite a few shrines and stuff left to do, honestly. Like, I think I'm a little over halfway. Oh, can I not get him from here? Do I have to get it from below? Maybe I have to get it from below. Interesting. Hold on, I'm curious. No, stop. Get out. There we go. Alright, let's do this, just out of curiosity. This one's right here. Wait, no, where's the easy one to do? I think this plains one is the easiest one. No, this one. Yeah, this one's the easiest one. Yeah. This one's the easy one. I am really hungry. I think I'm gonna put, yeah, I think I'm gonna put a, I'm gonna put a Hot Pocket in the toaster. Hot Pocket. All of them, please. Thank you. No large zone. That's crazy. Okay. The bargainer statue is... Man, I don't know how Link doesn't, like, run out of stamina just, like, existing. Bro runs everywhere he goes. comes like up these stairs. Never complains, never like asks for anything. I'm over here like, you want me to go downstairs and then come right back up? Nah. Like my mom will be like, can you come down and grab this? And I'm like, yeah, next time I go down. Like I'm not making a whole ass trip. She's like, oh my god. Oh no, I went too far. Wait. Oh, wait, I want that. Oh, there's two? Interesting. Two grand pose right here? That's crazy. Alright, so how did I miss the Bargainer statue? And why is that dark over there? Oh, because it's nothing. Where's you? Really? Really? You just... The only thing that you blew up was the wooden box? Where's my stuff? Oh cool, I got some large zonite. Nice. Ooh, he's an armored white one. No thank you. I'm just here for the zonite. I'm leaving. I'm just here for the zonite. I'm leaving. I don't know who just hit that hit, but amazing. Oh, oh I just broke all his armor off in one hit. Acquire thing tonight. Ooh. She performing. That's kind of cool. Yeah, that you might actually end up liking it. That might be fun. Wow, look at all this. Hi, Zaz! Welcome in, how are you? Oh. Oh, I didn't know that's what those were! Clever, clever. Clever, clever. Zaz, how was your day? Everybody else, I don't think I actually asked. I think that I just jumped right into death. How was everybody's day? What did everyone have for dinner? Tell me your dinner. Why isn't this illuminated over here? I feel bad when, like, the screen is so dark I can't see because I make this face and I'm like... And I know that, like, nobody... literally nobody wants to see that. Oh, wait, hold on. Why haven't I done this? Just a little jump. No, just a little. Okay, or don't do a little jump. That's fine too. No, just a little eat. There we go. Oh my gosh, I'm the best. And we're back to where I actually was supposed to be. Amazing. Amazing. Okay. Where the heck is the statue? I thought the statue was inside. We're in the 2D Sonic game with new graphical style and bringing back the old... Really? That's exciting. When? When is that supposed to happen? What is that? What is that? Oh, look at it! I need it. Hi, poorly. I need it. I need it. I need it. I need more pose. In the trailer gameplay, he has the classic round belly. Oh my god. Bring back Chunky Sonic. Get it? I know, I need it. I need to go get more pose. 400. 76. 77. Oh, there's some here. Hydrate? Okay. Oh, we're getting close, we're getting close. How do? I do. How you do? Sam.
Saws Esquire just resubscribed for 20 months.
20
Moms,
months.
dads, and kids all love Pinksel with just the right combination of sweet and salty. Who can say no to Pinksel?
Sweet and salty. I've never been salty in my life. Zaz, thank you so much for 20 months of all the support. I appreciate it. I say all the time that I appreciate the little things you do. Just like even just retweeting my going live tweets. I really, really, really appreciate it so much. Thank you for 20 months. And here's to 20 more months. Unless Twitch considers me being not engaging enough and cancels my channel. Yeah, I'm not big enough. I don't engage with chat enough, guys. I don't engage with chat enough. Oh my god. Look at that. No chatting. No. We don't chat here. This is an eating stream? Whoa. Only eat? Give the people what they want? But eat what? Oh, my Hot Pocket. Guys, I'm putting a Hot Pocket in the toaster. I did it. I did it. People need a mukbang? No. I don't. Guys. Alright, fine. We'll do a sub goal for a mukbang and then we'll just. I'll order a bunch of food from a bunch of different places. We also have to do, oh my god, how funny would it be? How funny would it be if I did my Zelda cosplay stream the same time that we did the mukbang stream? Like the same day. Because the Zelda one's gonna be a little while, because I'm gonna have to order, like, I'm gonna have to order pieces and stuff. Mukbangs are disgusting. Thank you for your opinion, Chris. You also hate everything, so I don't really know how to take anything. Chris does. He does. He hates everything. He hates everything and everyone. So it's just like one of those things where it's like, I don't really know how to kind of take this, you know? Shelby Scrimmin, no problem. Well, it is a problem, but no problem the chip to go. Oh, thanks, Wolfie. I just saw the ping on Discord. Okay. I was coming over here to go this way.
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
This is just life now, chat. This is just life with Astro now. Well, kind of unfortunate that I missed the chance to hit him there. The gloom cost is ridiculous. Alright, let's go back to this light route real quick and get our hearts back. Okay, let's get our hearts back. Okay. Now, the question is... do I go up or do I go over? Do I go up or do I go across? That's the question. Also, I don't think I have found one of the Goma one of the Goma interactions down here. I've never understood the music change when you hello? What the fuck is this? What is this? This would take so long to do this with him. What is this? Like, what is the point of this? Like, what? But why? Like, why? Why is this? What does this lead to? When you get the sage, the sage orbs or whatever, does it increase their recharge time? Everybody, literally everybody other than who I want. Thank you. Is this for nothing? Like, does this really not? There's so much of it. It has to be something. All right, we're going old school again. I have this new cocoa and macadamia nut body wash, and it smells. Is it one of those ones where it's like the cocoa or whatever like exfoliates? Because that shit's legit. It's Nivea. Ah, Nivea's legit as fuck, though. Let's be real. Still here? Been listening and drawing? No problem, Terry. Thanks for still being here. You know how much I appreciate the support. You've been such a real one. Jackpot. Jackpot. I don't even care. This is hurting me right now. Yeah, no, I was using him for this, but he was taking entirely too long, so... But I can use him for this, I think. Well... Maybe. If he decides to join us. Yeah, he was taking so long to clear out the, like the regular stone that I was like, yeah, okay. No, like he was breaking like 1 or 2 stones at a time. Like, not effective in the least. This is gonna be too close. Yep, anyway. I'm not entirely sure if that's what happened or if I hit one of these fucking sages. Teeth and body scrub, time for food. Let's go. I also am a person who like eats before dinner, which is like weird because like then it makes food taste funky, but at the same time you're like, yeah, but it's like a fresh, clean palate to eat off of. Ah. You break too. Honestly, I usually go to bed too late. That like I have to like I'll like go to bed and I'll fall asleep and then I'll like wake up to pee and I'll be like, God damn it, I didn't brush my teeth. And I have to like brush my teeth like in the middle of the night. But I mean they're getting brushed, but it's usually like a shit. I fucking forgot like a dumbass. Too tired, went to sleep. But I do brush in the morning when I get that bingo paddies. I get that bingo paddies. Because I am a pee first thing in the morning when you wake up kind of gal. Why did you do that to me? Okay, come here. No, you. Oh god, yes, yeah. Too many times I fall asleep and I'm like, oh, gotta drag myself out of bed. Needing to pee is what drags me out of bed. Honestly, this is TMI. This is real talk. If you guys don't want to hear it, I don't know what to tell you. But as I've gotten older, I've found it harder to like hold going to the bathroom. Like if I need to like pee, like as soon as I get the urge to pee, like I need to go pee like right fucking then. Like I need to go pee like as soon as I get the urge, like I gotta go because if I don't go, like I will probably like pee my pants. Bladder control is so fun. I needed to pee 10 minutes ago. Yeah, and then you stand up and you're like, I'm going to piss myself. I'm quite literally going to explode. I can't even make it to the bathroom. I'm going to explode. Trying to get to the bathroom. They're just sitting there like, what the fuck? And you're like, move! No! It's an emergency. Shoved into a wall. Sorry, Daniel. Listen. You gotta do what you gotta do. And Daniel was in the way. A casualty of war. R.I.P. Daniel. Casualty of war. He understood. I'm sure he does. I'm sure he does. But still, it's funnier. I try to push when I'm driving to work as long as I can. It's usually some dirt road or something somewhere. Yeah. It's bad. It's bad for you. Not peeing is bad for you. Listen, go piss, girl. If someone tells you go piss, girl, you gotta go piss, girl. Alright, we gotta head this way. I think I have to go up. Interesting. Drives to work are like 9 hours? Oh my god. Honestly, Aaron, I don't know how you do it. Like, I don't know how you do it. So I just try to drive? Yeah. Alright, have you- we need to know, Aaron. Have you ever peed in a bottle just because you couldn't hold it anymore? I follow that pink kidney dying girl on TikTok, and since watching her, I will not hold my pee anymore. No, we've all peed somewhere we didn't really want to. Yeah, for sure. No, just the side of the highway. Yeah, I've definitely, like, I've had to pull over to, like, pee on the side of the road before, for sure. Like, emergency. But I usually, like, there's, like, McDonald's are usually good. Dunkin' Donuts are usually good. Like, there's, like, certain places, like, that you know you can stop at to use the bathroom if you need. See, the thing about using Yonobo is where the fuck did my stuff go? Oh look, another one. Have I fought him yet? Just to be lazy, most people put on the side rather than in a bottle. Well, I was just curious because like that's like one of those things that it's like people always like claim is like a thing, but I'm like nobody does it though. Bathroom! Bathroom! Real gamers get toilet chairs. It certainly is a thing. It doesn't mean it's a common thing. Alright, I need to know. Who's done it? Who's done it? Why are you there? Wait, why are you right there? And how come? Oh, because I'm on the wall. I'm like, why can't I shoot you? Oh, I can't see. I can't see. I'm literally stuck. I can't see. You've had to pee in a bottle before? I've never peed in a bottle before. The bottles you find on the side of the highway, they're pee bottles. Hi, Jess. Welcome in. We are talking about pee. You have a shiwi? Okay, you clearly heard what we were talking about. Really? Really? Have you used it before? And what are your thoughts? Never mind, it feels awful because then you gotta hold your warm pit. Ew! No, Terry, you don't have to hold it! You can you can screw the cap on and put it down! You don't have to hold it! Terry's just sitting, Terry's in the front seat like, just holding it like, having a panic attack, like they're like looking at like through the like they're like literally like looking through the clear bottle like through the front glass of like my pee. I haven't yet, but it looks helpful. I have a bladder disease. Oh, listen, whether you have a bladder disease or not, when you gotta go, you gotta go. And I don't know why people are so anti going to the bathroom. Like when you go to the bathroom, your body is literally telling you, hey, I have to go to the bathroom. You have to hold it while you do it. Yeah, but then once it's done, you don't have to hold it. I have weak bladder due to kidney stones and stuff, so I feel that. I just have a weak bladder just from having a weak bladder and being 500 years old. Like, yeah, go piss girl. Like, for real. If you gotta go, you go. Why are people so anti-piss girl? Why did I get blocked? So may I just hold my piss? I do put it down. No. You held it. Don't lie. Don't lie. You held it. You held it in a panic. You held it in a panic. I'm older than you. Am I almost dead? We are. We are both almost deceased. This is my this is... Terry, welcome. Welcome to the world of somebody who got quoted, because that shit's too funny to not quote it. Oh my god. Oh god. Ah. I'm crying. Actually crying. This is my emotional support bottle of piss. What a beautiful quote. What a way to be immortalized in my channel forever. What a thing to be known for. Turn to the movie Logan's Run. All of us press mandatory age report to put you down 30. Oof. Where do we go? Where do we go for our standard euthanizing? Logan's Run. I don't think. Oh, where'd you come from? Why do these guys double stack sticks? I feel like it's such a cheap move. Oh, you son of a bitch. Okay. This is ridiculous. Jesus, you're pushing 40? I'm close to there. Go to the ritual called Carousel and be incinerated in the hopes of being renewed? No, but I don't want to have to come back. Wait, is coming back, like, part of it? Like, can I opt out of the resurrection part? You'll be- Jess, you're young. You're young. No one actually comes back. Good, I don't want to come back. I heard all these noises. Oh my god. So they tell people to make the process easier. Isn't that like, do you guys remember that movie with Scarlett Johansson and Ewan McGregor? I think it was called The Island. Is that what it was called? But that had like a weird like cloning kind of like secondary thing going on. But same thing, they like promised like, oh, you get chosen and like you'll go to the island. Skylife with the spirit body. Yeah, where they're clones and they don't know it. Yeah, but like it's so that, yeah, like exactly like Terry said, it's because they're clones, but it's so that the rich people who made the clones can use them for spare body parts. Yeah. Yeah. But it was the same concept. Like they're like, you know, you'll go on to... No! I don't want to do this! You can just straight up stumble onto the spirit temple? There's a fucking spirit temple? What? I don't want to do it though. But I want to like unlock the thing. So leave? But there's Pose right here. No, Laz. I want to kind of... I didn't know, like, where this was or anything, so the fact that I kind of just stumbled on it, yeah. Grab the pose and run. I did. I want it, like, can I activate the travel point, though, without... I think I have to talk to that person. I think I have to talk to that thing. I really just wanted to, like, activate the travel point so I could come back here when I actually, like, wanted to do this. Okay, I need all of this stuff that I've been blowing up over here. Not much, which is insane to me. No, come back. Univo, come back. See, like, he breaks, like, 2 at a time. Like, he's a big fucking Goron. Why isn't he rolling through everything? You know? Like, he's breaking, like, 1 at a time. Doesn't have any story or gameplay. Oh, okay, okay, yeah, if it's like not story or gameplay or anything, then yeah, you can. I do know if what you were gonna tell me is that it has to do with the construct facility that I was looking for before. I do know that. What time are you ending? Maybe around 11 or 12 my time, so like 2-3 more hours. Unless I'm like really in a groove and then I'll keep going, but yeah. Probably close-ish to normal. Enjoy your mom's little recital there. I don't know why I said little, like, that kind of sounds condescending. Enjoy the recital. Have fun. If not, have a good evening. You too, Wolfie. If not, if I don't see ya, I'll see you when I see ya. Then we can just run on the spot. Okay, okay. Oh, wait, hold on. Time out. Time out. So, can I run around? I know that you have stream delay, so it's fine. Can I run around the spirit temple without triggering anything? Or can I run around the construct facility without triggering anything? Which one do you mean? Oh my gosh, I forgot about my thing. The temple, okay. Okay. So I'll go back then. The only triggers there are future stuff, as in wouldn't be triggerable yet? Maybe I'll just wait, just in case. I don't believe it just won't be. Okay. Oh, he doesn't want to go up? Okay. Missed your stream so much. I've been accidentally ignoring my work just watching you. I gotta peel myself, but if I hear any funny topics, I'm rushing back in. Terry, you know how much that means to me, honestly. There's a lot of feelings of like unexplainable guilt and kind of like self-reflection, and like there's a lot of like, what did I do to make somebody like not want to be around anymore? And you have like, as somebody who's a streamer, like you can't do that. You can't focus on that. You can't think about those types of things. But I definitely for a long time was like, man, like what did I do? What happened? So it's always so relieving. It's always so relieving to just know that you did have support. You just didn't know it, you know? You know? Gonna try to make up for last time. That's not what I mean. While I appreciate it, that's not at all what I meant. But you know. And it goes with like everybody, like I notice when people aren't here. I notice when names that were active names stop showing. Like I notice these things, and you can't help but be like, what could I have done differently? What could I have changed? Was it something I did? Whatever, you know? You got this, Chief? You got this? Alright. So Laws says that we can explore and not trigger anything. So let's see. Let's see. But yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like, maybe I'm just like, maybe I'm just too emotional. Like maybe I'm just too much of a like attachment kind of person that I just am like, it hurts. It hurts my heart. 1 year in stream and 1 year in work. DJ, you're the best. As long as you get your work done, though. We don't want you not getting your schoolwork done. Too many feelings. Yeah, I think that's what, honestly, I think that's what it is. I think I just really, like, I honestly just care too much. Like, I love streaming, you know. I love streaming. I love so many different parts of streaming. Big feelings, gang. I just have a lot of feelings, okay? I think that's also a reason why I struggle to make friends. It's because, like, I'm like a big feelings person, and a lot of times they're like, you're too much. Like, you need to tone it down. And I'm like, but my feelings. But my feelings. Alright, we're almost back up to 100. Very intense, and some people don't vibe with it. Some people vibe that, others don't. Yeah. You love streaming, you love the community, nothing wrong with that. The friends part is definitely relatable. Yeah, don't worry. I'm actually getting work done. Good. DJ, I'm glad. I'm glad you're getting work done.
Yeah.
There's... Like, this is it? This is the whole temple? Interesting. Because you're actually understanding your class. Let's go. Let's go. Alright, I like desperately need to get some hearts. So wood chip. Thank you. I will posture check. Alright, let's go do this. Or start to do this. There we go. No, this one. This one. And we'll get some of our health back. Nothing really able to be triggered. Okay, good. Good. It just seemed very anticlimactic, if that makes sense. And I hydrate. I will hydrate. In fact, I will hydrate after I get my hot pocket that I have left in the toaster way too long. Okay. Hot pocket acquired. I've been a pizza popover hot pocket person. This is the pepperoni pizza hot pocket. That's what it is. I got a pack. I got a pack of the pepperoni pizza one, and I got a pack of the Philly cheesesteak one. Don't forget to go full screen, super important. Oh my god. While I eat. Alright, chat. You're gonna watch me eat, because apparently that's what all the gamer girls do. Ooh woo. No! Not the hot pocket. Cheese on my blankie. I had cheese on my blankie. I did save it. What is a hot pocket? It is a it's a food. It's kind of hard to explain. I've already taken a bite of it, but it's essentially like a pocket, like a little pocket of dough, and it's got filling inside of it. So this is like meat and cheese and sauce, and it's cooked in a whole little pocket, and it's kind of a convenience food. You make it in like the microwave or like the toaster or something. It's quick and easy and yummy and warm and convenient. The sauce boss. Ridiculous. Hey, what's going on? Hold on. My dog needs water. Hold on. Okay. She has been watered. Must hydrate the dogs, yeah. It's like a sandwich, but the bread is a bag. Kind of. Yeah, it's kind of like a calzone, but it's small. And the thing is, the thing is that it's in America we have what's called like convenience food, and it's just supposed to be quick. Like you don't have to cook it. You can like just put it in the microwave or just put it in the toaster or whatever. And it's just like it's like easy and convenient and it's fast. So it's like a little calzone. It's like this big. It's like a little calzone, but it's like convenient. It's like they're like it's like fast. Pre-made or frozen? Frozen. It's frozen. Yep. Frozen. Easy, convenient, and fast. Sounds like me. Hello, Trem. Way to make an entrance. Welcome in. How are you? Happy Friday. Guys, this stuff though, so good. I wish I had more. It's kind of like Powerade, Gatorade kind of. It's like a hydrating drink, whatever. So good. Okay. Let's finish this mushroom quest. You made a terrible mistake? Why? Hi, Sully. How are you? Oh, no! Ouchies. That sounds like bad news bears. Listen, frying food with a shirt on is dangerous sometimes. Hi, Poorly. Welcome back. I don't know, Sully. Some people don't even know that it's there. Some people don't even check for it. Welcome back, Poorly. I do okay. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, chat. I'm not gonna lie. I really anticipated that Lionel fight taking a long time. So I kind of, didn't have, like, a backup plan. What have I accomplished? Poorly. Look what I found on accident. Oops. Yeah, so I found that on accident, so I had to leave. Love that for you? Yeah. You know how much I love discovering things before I'm supposed to. So, now we're gonna do this. Now we're gonna do this side quest, I think. I love that for yo. Why? Why did you say it like that? But look what I got. I got the champion's tunic. But it's not the champion's tunic, it's the tunic of memories. Better you than me. Wow. Wow. So, I have another quest to follow Cece around at night. And I don't know where she is. Pretty blue. Personal assistant has a new quest for you. Joshua? We're gonna do some creeping. I know, we have to creep. Do the creep. Joshua has a new quest for me? Well, I know that at Lookout Landing, they're, like, waiting for me to, like, look through the telescope to look at Zelda, and I don't want to do that yet. Thank you for getting my reference, Corley. Oh, an egg? Thank you. This is so weird. I seem to remember something from them to bring you to the temple just as I was like, oh, what this? Okay, I gave her a shrimp. I just need a hoe. Alright, so there's 4 more people. You're so dumb. No, you're not, but why do you say? Why do you say that? In that game, and it was your game I was hearing. Oh no. I do that sometimes because I have so many monitors now that, like, I'll pull stuff up on different monitors and then I'll go do something and I'm like, alright, I'm gonna close like this person's stream to get ready for bed or whatever, and then I'll still hear music playing and I'll be like, who the hell? And it's like, it's just another stream that's like on another monitor that's like minimized. Gotta walk the dogs? No. No, you're not allowed. Not unheard of doing. Where the sound? I know, but it's just one of those things where it's like, you're like closing everything and you're like, I don't know where to look. Who else? Who else? You are all mushroom people. You are all mushroom people. You are a mushroom person. You are a mushroom person. You are not a mushroom person. Hello. Have a shroom.
Oh.
Okay. Who else? Who else needs a mushroom? Nice catch, Poorly. So I didn't figure it out yet. Oh wait, or did I? Yeah, I did. I did. The secret room is over here. Yeah, she's got a secret, she's got a secret little study. Yeah, there it is. See? Here it is. Okay. Aw, look. That's cute. That's cute. I still feel like there's like a secret place in the house that you're supposed to be able to find. Yeah, that's their house in Hateno. Wait, we're in Hateno, right? Wait, where's the school? Like, supposedly there's a quest line with the school, and I haven't even seen the school. Oh, I need to eat. So many frogs. Just running around is so peaceful, I know. Like, if I wasn't on stream and it wouldn't be boring, I would literally just run around and just keep exploring stuff. I'm confused with this. Oh, is that the school? Heckin' mood, I know. It's like, it is one of those things where it's like, man, if only I wasn't streaming right now. I do it in Genshin sometimes. I need to get back into Genshin. Are those eyeballs implying that you would play with me? Oh, Nadra. I need to go to Nadra, actually. That's right there. Is that what those eyeballs mean? Mayhaps. Mayhaps. Where is she? There she is. Oh, she's far away. Oh, heck. Oh, heck. I need Nadra, though. Always looking for more people to pally with. I'll be a pally. You're my pally.
It fell. It fell. Ah!
I'm going to miss Dargon. No, you my pally. Run, Link, run. Run, Link, run. I have something a little heartbreaking. Oh no. I have to come back for that. Why are people like this? I'm not gonna make it. She's already around the corner. Oof. Broke my heart, and that's kind of sad. That's kind of fucked up, but also like, why even think of that, you know? You mean it broke your little heart pond? Come on, give me a gust. Come on, why aren't you giving me like the little gust of wind to be able to get up higher? You sons of bitches. Oh, I have no bow. What am I on? What? Very inventive, but why? Yeah. Like, I get it. Like, I get it because they're hard to farm. I heard Terry was talking about piss. Yes, we were talking about pissing in bottles on a road trip. And to not ever hold your piss in. It's dangerous. Hi, Aya. Welcome in. The emotional pee bottle. Yes. Terry was quoted. I don't remember what number it is, but, yeah. Terry was quoted. I've seen the Go Piss Girl lady on TikTok. Yeah, so if you do exclamation point go in my chat. Go Piss Girl.
Oh, Terry.
It's so good. Like, I've literally had that Terry redeem for probably over 2 years at this point, and it never gets old. It's so good. It, like, it... Ooh, excuse me. It, like, straight, like, pumps me up, too. Who's been made? Life is better? So did you go with Tots? Are you sure it never gets old? Nope. I know what you're trying to do. And it will not affect me. You've never seen me get annoyed, ever. Don't tell those lies. I've never been annoyed in my life, okay? Pink with the grumps? Never. No, I've never been grumpy. I've never, like, rage quit a game or anything. Never ever. Not once, not never. Is that a smoke in your room? My pants are nice and cool and comfortable. No fires here. No fires here. You must be referring to my evil twin, Winksel. She loses her cool sometimes, which is like super embarrassing. But it's okay. We don't blame her for it. Yeah, whenever I stream without a cam, that's Winksel. Oh, hi. Hi, Poorly. Nice to see you. Also, legitimately, Poorly, don't, like, can you do, like, a shout out, like, my shout out, not, like, a Twitch shout out? I think Winksel, like, actually is, like, a streamer. Yeah. They're, like, Dutch or something. Lol. That's so funny. Everyone go follow Winksel. Well, that's fun, right? Alright. Pinksel's back. Winksel's gone, don't you worry. Winksel's playing Dead by Daylight. That's how you know it's my evil twin. I would never play Dead by Daylight. By choice. By choice. Alright. I've never played, and I have no desire to play. I hear it's not fun. I have just, like, heard that the community is, like, so toxic. Like, I already play games with a toxic enough community as it is. Like, the Sea of Thieves community is one that, like, I can barely play Sea of Thieves as it is, and the DVD community is, like, so much worse, apparently. It's so fucking toxic. That's what I've heard. Toxic community, you say? Toxic. Just call me Britney Spears because I'm toxic. The taste of your lips, I'm on a ride. You're toxic, I'm slipping under. The taste of your poison paradise. I'm toxic, you're slipping under. I love Britney Spears. I love Britney. Hi. 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 Such a banger. Wow, I thought it was Wingsel streaming for a sec with the quality of that reference. The quality of that reference, that beautiful reference, you mean? You're toxic, I'm slipping under. The taste of the poison paradise. You're toxic, I'm slipping under. Alright, I have to go back here. I got distracted by Dargon. I just wanted to make a Winksel reference again. Do you want to talk to Winksel again? I'm sure I can ask her. I can ask Winksel to come over and talk to you guys if you wanted. Not me thinking of ways to make Winksel a whole bit. Not ways to think of how I can make Winksel an entire bit. Dude, if I didn't absolutely hate wigs, I would get a wig. Winksel time redeem. So stupid. Let's queue with randos in Overwatch. No! I don't want to. I'd literally rather die. That'll spike the rage. Oh, that's the Winksel rage. The Winksel rage. Poorly and DJ, nice catch on the Bible. Yeah, you did, DJ. Nice catch. Alright, let's go back here. Winksel redeem is DBD time. Oh my god. Poorly, how many points do you have? Not enough. 13.4? Holy shit. I gotta find somebody who has a lot. Like, I'm curious who has the most channel points. Probably like Sarah or Steph or somebody. It's that time of year where I need to redo all my channel points. Keep it nice and fresh for you guys. Okay, the rain step. Have spit on the sack. Poorly, please don't say it like that. But I have seen... I have seen how many points you've spent on this sack. Oh gosh. In shame. No, don't leave in shame. Goodbye forever. No. No. Oh, look. It's Zelda. Oh, here he is. Hope has been goodbye. I can't show my face. No, 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 don't leave.
Yeah.
Morning till noonish. Morning till noonish. Can I like wait? Oh, it like barely rings. It barely rings. You get the little gardens. Ooh, golden apple. That was really disappointing. The bell, I know. It was like bang, bang, bang. Like it was like nothing. I didn't do pine. Oh yes, I did. Did I? I don't remember. Did I do pinecone? I don't remember. Well, that's embarrassing. I redeemed? Then surely had... Yeah. I don't remember if I did. Oh, I didn't, because here it is. It's up, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. Look at this shit. Get out. All hail the piney coney. All hail the piney coney. Okay. I need for it to be morning. What? Oh, that's the pinecone game. You log in once a day, and you throw the pinecone in the well. And that's the whole point of it. It's a dumb game that I bought a bunch of my friends, and I'm the only one who still does it, because I'm the best. It's super difficult, yeah. It's the hardest game you'll probably ever play in your life. But it's okay, don't be embarrassed if you're not good at pinecone game. It's okay. Some people aren't cut out for gaming, you know? Some people just aren't cut out for that hardcore gamer life. Who the fuck's wood? Oh, jeez, there it is. Don't you fucking moon thing me. Don't you blood moon me. You know what I'm trying to say. So many games downloaded. I'm paralyzed with indecision. Ooh. What options? And are any of them new games that you haven't played yet that you wanted to play? Because those should take priority over replaying games. And this is coming from somebody who only replays games. Like 10? Oh no. Yeah, I have that problem too. Like, my Steam library is embarrassing. Like, my Steam library is... There's not even enough time for me to play through all these games before I, like, die of old age. That's how many games I have in my Steam library that I'll never play. So heckin' embarrassing. I want to. Like, I really, really, really want to start playing through some of my games. But... Alright, I'm gonna leave you with Winksel for just a minute because I need to fix my sweater. You have a dog now? He came to make you company? Oh my gosh. You don't like Winksel? What's wrong with Winksel, poorly? And it got your blood circulation? Okay. My, like, tank top that I'm wearing under my sweater is all, like, rolled up. There we go. See? Look at Pinksel's back already. Pinksel's back already. She's good to go. Ravenlock. I haven't heard of that. What's that? Beacon Pines. Okay. Cassette Beast. Okay. And Jedi Fallen Order. Wait, have you not played... Have you not played Fallen Order before? They said that... he said he hasn't played it yet. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna make the decision for you. Play Fallen Order. Have you not played? Did I say that? Did I say that? You can feel your legs again? No, Aaron, play Fallen Order. I'm telling you, it's so good. Even if you're not a Star Wars fan, it's still good. That's fine. I just didn't know if that's what I said. That's my decision for you. Fallen Order is so good. And then you can play Jedi Survivor after, which I've not played yet. You're huge. Yeah, I am too. I'm a huge Star. I have a Princess Leia tattoo on my thigh. I'm a big Star Wars fan, and I loved Fallen Order. I loved Fallen Order, but even if you're not a big Star Wars fan, it's still really really good. Heck in the tapes. Heck in the tapes. When is this lesson starting? Children! Children, come to school! Oh, here's one children. Here's two children! 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 What if I scared the children? I scared the children with a Lionel mask on. No, that'd be mean. Or would it? Or would it? Heck in the tapes, back from the archive room. I stand by my quote. Okay. Listen, you can quote anything that you feel needs to be quoted. Wait. So if that's 426, so that means that Terry's quote is 426. Can we get a quote 426 in chat, please? There it is, Terry. There's my emotion. This is my emotional support bottle of fizz. There it is. Immortalized forever. Immortalized forever. Wait, do I do it? It's Irish and Pokemon clone and near the Pokemon. Oh, see, like, I've heard of it, but I don't, like, know of it. Yeah, I'm, like, here, though, so...
Yeah.
There we go. Try the Calamity. Calamity's been visited by Prey. So 10,000 years ago, the Tuskegee princess and hero will leave their swords. It's me. Isn't that just a fairy tale? No. It's not. My legacy! 426. You just have to remember it. No fairy tale. These are real historical events. Need to show them some kind of depiction of the Calamity from 10,000 years ago. The screen depicting the Calamity from Lady Impus Hall. Okay, so do I just go take a picture? Okay, I'll just go take a picture. Easy peasy. Be right back. You guys don't go anywhere, okay? Don't go anywhere, okay? I'll be right back, kiddos. Go piss, girl? I don't have to piss. Why should I go pee? Do I go pee? Oh, it's on Game Pass? Stop being poor, Poorly? No, Poorly just doesn't have Game Pass. Bum, bum, bum. Rubber bandits? What does this mean? That's how long you're guessing it's gonna take to download this stuff? 3 hours? Get out of here. Or is that how long it takes to beat? What is this thing? What is this little icon now that they're adding to Game Pass? Yeah, main story, how to beat 2 hours. Inside 3. Oh, so it's like giving game completion time now. Yeah, Poorly likes to own it up. Yeah, Poorly likes to own their games. We've talked about it before. What am I looking for? Cassette base, thank you. Cassette beats. Okay, add to list. Download after stream. 16 hours for the main story of that game? That's crazy. We have talked about it, I know. I know. Okay, back to Zelda. Homestead Arcana I think is cute. Is that co-op or is that anything? No, it's not. Single player. I feel like that could be super cute. Co-op game. I might play that. That might be fun. Okay, back to Zelda. Did you know there's a website that calculates your Steam library completion time? I feel like I have seen it before, but I don't remember where it is. Maybe like it's like Alice in Wonderland? Kind of pixel art style? Ooh. Yeah, no, I haven't seen anything about that. I literally hit the button, but okay. I haven't seen anything about that. Is that also on Game Pass, or is that a different platformy? Platformy. Oh. I literally didn't mean to do that. Game Pass? Oh. There's so many. I don't know, is that what you need? Is this what you need? I don't know what you need! It says something about Impas to show the calamity. It's gotta be the picture. This is it. This is it. This is it. Yep. That's it. I knew it. Oh, see, look, there's Linky. How long is Fallen Order? See, I 100%ed it, and I think I did it in like 20-something hours. And I didn't even 100% it. I think I got 94%. There was one collectible I couldn't find, and I didn't want to, and like I looked it up and I like kept going there, and I was like, I don't fucking see this. 17. Yeah, I did it in 20-something, but I was 100%ing it. And I had to go back to a couple locations and do stuff. See, the thing to 100% that game is you, like, the same thing with this game, with Zelda. Excuse me. You have to, like, discover the entire map and all the locations on the map. Yeah. 31, yeah. I played it on PlayStation. Okay, so I can go back to the school. But yeah, Fallen Order is really good, and maybe in a couple months, maybe it'll go down on CD keys, and I'll be able to get Jedi Survivor and play that one. I also want to finish Last of Us now that it's had a couple patches. Because now that it's had a couple patches, it probably will actually perform better. So I do want to finish Last of Us at some point as well. Because that was bad. Do you guys remember how bad it was? How laggy it was? Oof. It was super laggy. You started it at some point in time? You have playtime on it? That's crazy. Alright, so I need to go back to the school, which is... Where's the school? Way over there. I just did it and it said its total is $394. Yeah, I've done it before and Like, mine's like bad. Mine's like really bad. Because I have a lot of story games on mine. Okay, hold on. Let me go in the school. If I redeemed all my keys, it would become insane. Oh my gosh. I have one. How long to beat your Steam collection? Alright, let's see. Enter your Steam vanity name or profile ID. Oh shit, I don't know it off the top of my head. Full game times. Unable to obtain Steam ID? Really? Resting poorly, I know. Why? It's just like... Yeah, see, it's not gonna work because I have that fucking star in my name. It's fine. No, mine should be public because my wish list is public. My external hard drive is 130. Oh my god. Look at this little kid. He's so funny. Studying? No, no one's giving you a hard time for studying. Good study. Why are these kids such punk asses? Kicking bad guy butts is way cooler. Azum. Oh, this is so stinking cute. His name is Azu, A-Z-U, and he's calling himself Azum, like fast. He says, "It's my job to protect the school and the village from bad guys until Miss Zelda comes back." That's so cute. Haven't seen any bad guys there so far. Mom says Knack is the most fashionable farmer in the village. That guys don't care about fashion, so I don't get it. Oh, that's so stinking cute. That's so stinking cute. I am, though, gonna exclamation point go piss girl, and I will be back in just a minute, guys. You think you knew I needed to, poorly. But it had nothing to do with you guys all pumping me up with hydrates, right? Had nothing to do with that. Right? Definitely not. Definitely had nothing to do with that whatsoever. Poorly! I've only got a little bit of water left. And then there's no water left. Did you hear? Did you hear that there's a water shortage in the whole world and there's no water left? It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. X to doubt. Actually, did you know that there is exclamation point X? I made that for Astro because he used to say that shit all the time. I was just thinking. Yeah. Actually, I want to fix my hair one more time. I'll do this that. It's like, I think there is one. Yeah. Because Astro used to say that all the time. I love that. It's one of my favorite, things. One of my favorite, like, just, like, completely random, oh, I put it on my first. Video game references. One class down. Let's go, DJ. Let's go. DJ, get it all done now and you'll have the whole weekend. I saw he went live today for 5 minutes. Yeah, because he got a capture card and he was testing it. I was cracking up. I was cracking up so bad because he was like, yeah, people kept coming in. I was like, yeah, I know. Hi, Chaos. Welcome in, my friend. Chaos, how's your vacay? You have to survive 3 more weeks. You can do it. DJ, you can do it. Honestly, just keep doing what you're doing. Just come, hang out with us at night, and you'll do your homework, and we'll motivate you and talk to you while you're doing your homework, and you'll get through it. 3 more weeks. You can do it. You can do it. I believe in you. I believe. Chaos. The other half of my dyad, Chaos. Alright, I need to just wait till morning, honestly. Be best in chat. Be best in chat. I need to wait until morning. Uneventful. Uneventful. Oh, look, there she is. She's so pretty. She's my favorite one. Honestly, I even like her. I like her better than the light dragon. Like, the light dragon is very pretty, but Nadra is my favorite. Nadra's my favorite dragon. I love her colors. I just, like, she has the best, like, horn pattern kind of thing going on. When I first joined Discord, cast name was Chaos, and I will never forget. Okay, so the Chaos was, when we played First Class Trouble. Yeah, Chaos. We used to play First Class Trouble, which I want to play again. Like, now that we've got, like, a whole, like, different, like, crew of people, I really think First Class Trouble could be so much fun. Like, so, I think First Class Trouble with, like, all of us, with, like, Brosif and, like, and, like, Poorly, like, oh my god, it could be so much fun. It could be so much fucking fun. I want to try it again. I want to try again! I want to try again with fresh peeps. Plus, there's been mad updates, and there's, like, new maps and, like, new, like, stuff. Like, I want to try everything. Anyway, that was from First Class Trouble, when, you had to make, like, an in-game name. You had to make an in-game name, and his in-game name was Chaos. First Class Trouble, yes, it's a game. It's a game that I used to play with, some old friends. I still have no arrows. Amazing. Well, I like that it's still Chaos the band, even though he's not banned anymore. Chaos, did you get your name? Did anybody, like, not get their name? Give it time. Did you get your name? But your name is like all fancy. Wait, is your actual name, like your actual Discord name, like with the fancy text? Or is that just because with streamer mode on, it like makes everybody's names all blocked off now? I don't like it. You'll be banned soon enough. From where? Not from here, which was what the joke was. Weird. I know, I don't like it. I don't like that they changed that. That, like, you can't see people's, like, screen names and stuff when you're in, streamer mode. Time to ban Chaos now? No. Alright, I don't know if there's anything I can even do. Oh wait, maybe I can follow that lady at night. As if you could outrun me. Oh no. Oh no. We must have filled the prophecy. I like how people just like, am I like the Twilight girl? Like, is that what I am? Is that my like my role on Twitch or whatever? Like, people, like, I get Twilight references all the fucking time now. I think it's the funniest shit. Okay, so we're gonna sneak around with this. I see her. She's right there. Where'd she go? Haha! I found you. Wait, does that not count? Wait, does that not count though? Does it matter what planet I pick first? Shroom hat looks fun. Remind me what the first two choices are. Don't go to Dathomir first. Because if I remember right, the majority of Dathomir is blocked off until you've like done something else. So if Dathomir is one of the choices, you can't go there. Zepho? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I was like, Dathomir, I want to go! Like Darth Maul and like the Night Sisters are from there, and I was like really excited. And then I get there, and like you can like barely progress past like the first area. Go to Datho. You can't do anything in Dathomir. Like, you can't even get past. You can barely like get past the first area. Get out of here, Astro. Don't listen to Astro. Not only did I jump, but Link also jumped. But actually what happened, just so you know, I didn't actually hit the button. My hand is underneath, like, my desk. So when I jump and I hit my desk, I went like that. Thanks, Poorly. Fuck. Oh, God. Trust, no, I swear it's worth. It's not worth. You can't do anything. Alright, and I can't do anything. I have to wait till 8 o'clock in the morning. You unlock something early if you go to Dath. No, you don't. What? I went to Dathomir first because I wanted to go to Dathomir first, and there's like that. No. I clearly did it wrong. What was it then, Astro? Tell me right now. What did you get early? Yeah, he likes to argue. Honestly, Astro's one of the most argumentative people I've ever met. You get the double saber early? Okay, okay, that might possibly be true. I do not remember that being even something that was like, oh, like that was like outwardly like addressed, like, oh, this is early, that you won't get it later. What's your source, Astro? What's your source, Astro?
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
You get to the point where you need to progress and there's a bench. Okay. Okay, that is true. So go to Dathomir and get the double-bladed saber, but then you can't do literally fucking anything else on Dathomir. Okay. That is true. You do get that is true. It's sitting right on the workbench. That is true. That is true. It's sitting on the work table. Well, because I didn't remember that. Do you like how old is that game? I didn't remember that. I don't have super memory like you do. Do you know how many games I've played? Damn. Spoilers don't matter to me. And the game is however many years old. Astro. Astro, Astro, Astro. Class needs to begin now. Hey, I have a thing you need. I have one. I have one! God, I hope that this works. Like, I really hope that this works when class starts. At least 2 games? I don't think, if you do no, you don't. No, never mind. It doesn't work. I have a list of all the games that I've played on stream, and there's a lot of them. I actually have to update it. I don't think this is on there. But I have a lot. I've played so many games on stream. Like an embarrassing amount of games on stream. I don't even know how many I've finished. I've not finished a lot of games on stream. Just because like I either get burnt out on them or like, okay, like for example, like Subnautica I finished off stream because it was so backseaty. People would come in all the time and backseat all the time. Oh, my girlfriend. And same thing with Skyrim. You know who you are. Backseaties. Okay. It was so bad, yeah. Subnautica backseating was really, really bad. Skyrim backseating was really bad. It wasn't you. Yeah. The worst part is like... No offense, but if you've played one survival craft game, you've played them all. You need to eat, you need to drink, you need to, like, rest. Like, it literally, the environmental mechanics and, like, the movement or fighting mechanics are pretty much the only thing you have to learn. Like, the basic survival mechanics are the same no matter what game it is. But when people come in and they're like, yeah, so you need to do this, and you need to do this, and you should build a base, and I'm like, no. Let me stop you right here. I have played so many survival craft games in my life. Like, I I know anything and everything that you're. It was Astro for the Skyrim. Like anything that you can tell me, like I know. I already know. You know, like I know. Eat, drink, build your base. I know. I know.
Oh. Hmm. Ah.
Poor Skyrim. I bought it, played for like 9 minutes, and never played again. I didn't get the. Why? Why didn't you, Aaron? Why didn't you like Skyrim? We need to talk about this because I have feelings about Skyrim, and everybody gives me shit for it. Once you figure out the specific game mechanics, the rest is very exactly. Astro was a lot of the backseating in Skyrim. I know. But like there was also backseating from people, and like there were people who would literally come in. Like one dude came in and he was like, "Ah, yes, this is the part where you kill the dragon." And I was like, and even Astro was like, very uncool, man. Like this is her first time, and he just went, "Lol, okay," and left. And I was like, that's so fucked up. Like I understand the game's 10 years old or however old it was, but like that's fucked up. I enjoyed the 9 minutes I played. Then why didn't you play? Why did they literally keep making the game over? I don't know. I don't know. Like, I just feel like the Elder Scrolls games and the Fallout games are so similar, but so different in enough ways that it's just like, I just think I personally like the Fallout games better is all. Like, then when it comes down to it, that's really all that it is. Like, I just like the world of Fallout better than the world of Skyrim. And Fallout has flaws. Like I've never once claimed that Fallout doesn't have flaws. Fallout 4 is so good. I am a big fan of Fallout 4, and a lot of people hate 4, and they shit on 4 and call 4 the worst one until 76 came out. But I am a big fan of 4. But again, I love survival craft games, so building towns, and I loved it. It's definitely better in most ways. Yeah. For me, personally, I just like it better. I like the story better. I like the world better. I like the world building better. Subnautica? I love Subnautica. Diggersby in chat. I thought 4 was the go. I liked 4. 4 got a lot of shit, though. A lot of people didn't like 4. A lot of people didn't like 4. I like how I'm a pink ninja during all this, and everyone's taking me so serious. I really liked 4. I should go back I want to, but I have like a fully, like, my character on my PS4 is like fully leveled. I have like legacy weapons, like I've got so much, like I spent probably hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars in the Atom shop. I don't have the heart in me to start over on PC. And they don't have cross save or cross progression or whatever. Once they do that, I'm on it. A lot of Minecraft these couple days. I'm not building a lot of pyramids, and you're not building pyramids? Oh my gosh. Does she play Minecraft, or was that something that she just wanted, like, she just wanted to start with you? She probably, if she asked you, she probably likes it. I liked Forest, my first and only. I do be playing a lot of Minecraft at times, yeah. But he convinced me to get it, and he never got it again. Played past like 20 minutes. I put so much time into it. And if they were to make it cross progression, but they never have because ESO isn't either. But if they ever make it cross progression, it's over. It's over. Did I ever find my base? So I found one thing. I found it's underwater, and it's a glass. It's like a glass cube or a glass something, and it was full of sponges, and it had like a pink rim around it, I think. Something like that. That was the only thing that I found. Trying to get into Minecraft. I have the game, but not the time. Or the best Luckily, Minecraft is not very, It's not very resource heavy on PCs. Like when my GPU died, my old GPU died, I was able to play Minecraft on the GPU that's just like on the PC.
Yeah.
That's not yours. Interesting. Oh, your Mac. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. That's the first lesson completed.
Oh.
You built a floating house? Home economics. Okay. Find the way the game doesn't freeze. What's up, Poorly? Now building a castle in the middle of a lake. Nice. Keen culinary sense. Okay. But no PC. Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, well, they have it on Switch. Like all the console versions. What is it? It's not Java. It's Bedrock. All the Bedrock versions are crossplay, but the PC version, Java, is not crossplay. I have a second stream up. Okay, I didn't know. I have a second stream up. I'm panicking so hard because I heard my legal name. Did you freak? But mods, yeah. Java, yeah. Okay, yeah, I know, but like, if they want to play with Brosif, then like, they would have to like play with Brosif on, like, Brosif would have to be on Switch, and Woodchip would have to be on Xbox. Listen, Clarence. Yeah, I mean, your name could be like Paul or something, you know? That could be weird, right? No one knows my legal name, like, at all? It's definitely not. It's definitely not Aaron. That's definitely not it, for sure. Raw meat.
Oh.
Ground spice, rice, and monster extract. Definitely not. No, definitely not. Ooh, you know last names? I know Brosif's first name. Brosif told me their first name a long time ago, and I felt so honored. Like, they literally messaged me, and they're like, I think that we are friends, and I would like to, like, take the next step in our friendship, and, like, this is what my name is. And I was like, we're friends. Curse you, Chaos. It told me. On accident? Oh, no. Okay. Combining monster extract, Goron spice, rice. Ooh, monster curry. Okay. Okay, so I have to make the monster curry. What time is it? 9:30. I have till noon to make monster curry. I gave them access to my Plex server, and they added their legal name. Oh, Brosif makes me laugh so much. I love them dearly, I know. They're such a himbo. It cracks me up. It's so funny. 10-10 himbo. It's so funny. It's so fucking funny. But I love them so much. Alright, this, what was it? It was, rice, extract, and meat. Was it? I love that you messaged. Yes, to ask if I was dumb enough to have my full name on Twitter. Well, it was like, okay, so I have to be careful. I have to be careful with, like, the people that I, like, engage with on Twitter, because for some reason, people, like, take everything so What did I screw up? Oh, I'm dumb. Okay, hold on. Oh my gosh. Okay, so it's this, this, and this. Okay, I'm stupid. Yeah. So I have to, like, be kind of careful. I have to be kind of careful with, like, who I engage with too much on Twitter, because people are, like, take everything so fucking serious, and everyone, like, oh, you talk to this person, you talk, like, it's just, people are weird. So when you commented on something, but, like, you commented on something, but, like you knew me, like you knew about me, or knew of me, or like knew me, and I was just like, is this who I think this is, or is this just happens to be a coincidence? And so I messaged them, and I was like, is this is the same person, right? And they're like, yes. Yes, it is. I got started at my friend made his TikTok when drunk, and he had his full, no way. It's so funny, he changed it when he served it up the next day. No way. I like that I have a dragon horn on my stick. First and last. I know. I want to, like, I have to figure out so badly how to, like, put, like, a different name on my PayPal or something. Because, like, people happen to have, some people have direct access to my PayPal. And I don't necessarily want, like, others having direct access to it, if that makes sense. Did you put your social as your password? No. That the chain of numbers at the end, when it was like John Smith 45777366644, that's actually the social. Pain buddies, mine does too. Yeah. Oh yeah. When I got my first dono from somebody, it was interesting. Oh my god, somebody else, I learned somebody else's name from the Dono-thon over the weekend. I learned somebody else's name, and it was like one of those, like, I'm like, this changes everything. This changes everything, learning this person's name. Like, I cannot wrap my head around it. Like, they are not that name to me. They are always going to be their screen name. There's no way that their screen name is not actually their IRL name, because this IRL name is not, no. I do not know, because it has ruined this person. I literally can't look at this person the same way again, because I'm like, that's your name? Like, your name does not fit. Your name does not fit. Your name does not fit. It does not work. It does not match. It's not who you are. It's not your identity. Like, I'm just like, no, that does not work for me. It does not work for me. I like being a lineage name, so I fully isn't technically with people. Yeah, exactly. We're just both close our eyes when we donate to each other. I do not see. Pink, Broseph, and She Who Not Be Seen know my name. Yeah. Just those three, really? It's me, Shirley. I happen to know Chaos Unfolding's entire existence. I've actually spent time in the real meat world with Chaos Unfolding. Isn't that crazy? Yay! I am your teacher! Learn about fire! It's okay. It's done. Oh, it's a nickname. Lol. Lol. Oh. Oh. Did you see that? He's like, no matter where you see the children, you always have responsibility to them. So I'm gonna have to do a little fucking... Oh, I just punched my microphone, guys! I'm so sorry. I feel like the only person in the world... You're honestly, it works for you. And I don't think that, like... Did I ever call you JP, or have I always called you the full name? Like, I don't think, like, even, like, in, like, school and in, like, our friendship, I think I always called you the same name. Like, the same thing with my brother. Like, everybody calls my brother Matt, and I've never called him Matt. I've always called him Matthew. Am I gonna fall? Honestly, I need to put it someplace else, but I just don't have a spot for it. I need to get one of the arm mics that goes up. It's a privilege. I'm lucky, I know. It lets me dodge how many awkward... Yeah. Okay, so the school one is done. I need to find... How many more people? Oh, it's this, right? Side? Yeah. 2. There's 2 more people in town to give mushrooms to. But no nicknames, so it's possible throughout high school. I went... Yeah, but I mean, like, in school and stuff, your friends called you. But I always have a habit of calling people, like, their names. Like, I don't know, like, I hate being called Chris. I hate being called Chris. And my dad called me Chris, and I think I always hated it. And I asked him not to call me that. So, like, I think that, like, I made a point to, like, say people's names. Or, like, call them, like, what they wanted to be called, because I did not like being called Chris. You don't seem like a Chris? Yeah, I don't like... and now my new boss calls me Chris. And I've, like, asked him before not to, and he'll, like, stop for, like, a couple days, and then he'll start again, and I'm just like, oh, no. But it's just, like... it's in this, like, it's the South, you know, and I'm clearly, I don't have an accent, as you can tell. I'm from the Northeast. So when I, like, moved here and people just call you whatever they call you, and it's just, Jess or Jessie. See, I would call you what you prefer to be called. Check out want to piss me off more than using my dead name. Use the longer version of my dead name, I will absolutely rage. So, okay, without giving it away, the name that you use on your game that we play together, or played together, is that what you prefer to be called? Is that what you prefer your name? If that makes sense. The only thing that people don't call me my name is chat and my English teacher. Well, because we call you DJ. Because it's your username. If there's something else you would like to be called, we can try to remember to call you that. I feel like I'm pretty good at remembering to call people by what they like to be called. Yes? Perfect. Not that I ever refer to you as that, but if I ever needed to, I want to know what you like to be called. Dijon Mustard, what's good? They're like dancing. Then my PayPal. Would that make... Yeah. I knew exactly what you meant. I knew exactly what you meant. I knew what you meant. Because I know your secrets. I know your secrets. I know your secrets. Also, when I was in... when I was in, like, 2nd grade... I was really young. Like, I want to say I was, like, 2nd grade. So I was probably, like, 8 years old or something like that. I had a teacher who was convinced that my name was not Krista. And that there had to be something at the end. It had to either be Kristen or Crystal, because Krista was not a name. And she was adamant. She was adamant that I didn't know how to spell my own name. So, she like wrote a letter to my parents, and she's like, we need to come in and we need to talk about this, whatever. And so my parents came in and they're like, are you serious? Like, everything, all of her paperwork, all of her registration says Krista. Like, do you think we also don't know how to spell our kid's name? Like, are you also under the impression that we don't know our child's name and we also registered her name wrong? And she was like, well, I thought it was a typo in the system and that her name was Crystal. And she's like, and so was she correcting you? And she was like, yes. And she said, my mom was like, and so you just kept calling her the wrong name? And she's like, well, I've never heard the name Krista before. And my mom was like, so an 8-year-old told you that's not my name more than once, and you basically said that she didn't know her name. An 8-year-old! Like, by 8 years old, do you not know your name? And she was so convinced. Like, she was so convinced she literally called my parents in. I have an IRL friend named Krista. I've met a handful in my lifetime, but there's not a lot. Listen, Christra Methalina. Listen, you're 8. Your name is Chrysler. I know. I was just like, I just remember being like, that's not my name. And she's like, okay, well, your name is not what you think it is. I'm like, yeah, yes, it is. And the funniest part is that my mom got my name from a soap opera in the 80s. There was an actress and her name was Krista, and my mom liked that name. So when she got pregnant, she picked out 2 names for me. Fun fact, I told this story before. So my mom had 2 names picked out for me. She had a name picked out for me if I came out and I had dark hair, because my biological father had dark hair. My mom has blonde hair like I do. So she had a name picked out for me if I had dark hair, and she had a name picked out for me if I came out and I had light hair. Obviously, I was born and I had light hair, so I was Krista. If I was born and I had dark hair, my name would have been Tesla. And I'm so fucking pissed that my name isn't Tesla, because Tesla would have been such a cool name, and I could have gone by like Tess or something really cute. And no, now I'm Krista, and it's like, come on. Come on, I could have been Tesla. It would have been a great meme. Well, I mean, it would be a meme now, but it wouldn't have been a meme then, and I would go by Tess. But see, people are like, what if you would have go by Tess, then why don't you go by Chris? And I'm like, because Chris doesn't work. Like, Chris doesn't work. Jericho? Oof. You are not a Jericho, Jess. No offense, but you are not a Jericho. That's what I'm saying. Tess is so cute. Chris, not so much. Not so much. But I'm kind of pissed. I'm kind of pissed that my name didn't end up being Tess. Not feeling the Jerry. Would you have... If your name ended up being Jericho, would you have gone by Jerry? Or would you have gone by Jericho? Or your middle name? Would you have just gone, like, you would have just abandoned it entirely and gone middle name? Tessie and Chessie, and I love them all. Tessie. See, like, E names... like Chrissy and like the E names, they feel so like young to me. They feel so young to me for some reason. Patsy or Margaret, wow. Why is Krista gotta be Chris? Why can't it be Sta? Why? I want to be Ista. Ista. Or just Ist. What if I just wanted to be Ist?
Oh.
You hate your middle name, Jess? Yeah, I have typical white girl middle name. Typical white girl middle name. Alright, so what can I do here? Wait, I started to follow this girl. And I have 2 more people left to give mushrooms to. I'm gonna ask tomorrow. Yes, DJ, let us know. Let us know. You also hate your middle name? I have 2 first names and 2 middle names. I didn't know you had 2 middle names. I know you have 2 first names, obviously, but I didn't know you had 2 middle names, too. I went to elementary school, and I'm still Facebook friends with her to this day. But I went to school with this girl who had, like, 7 names or something. Like, it was just, like, family names that were just passed on. And she ended up going by, like, her 3rd or 4th name or something like that. Like, she didn't go by, like, the first, like, 2 or 3 names that she had. She went by, like, the 4th one or something. My son has 2 middle names because we didn't think we were gonna have another kid. You're just like, we'll just... I can't decide, so just throw them both in there. You know what's funny? My ex is the older brother. It's him, and then he has a younger brother. So get this, my ex-boyfriend's name was Daniel Steven, okay? Daniel Steven. And then his little brother was born, and they named him Steven Daniel. And I was like, very original. You can only find 2 names. The creativity, 2 names. There's 2 names. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. Like they just like the 2 names. They just like the 2 names. I'm not fucking kidding. When he told me that, because like obviously he told me his name was Daniel Steven. And then like when I went to go meet his family and he's like, this is my little brother Steven, and I was like, oh, that's funny, your middle name's Steven. And he's like, yeah. And then he's like his middle name is Daniel. I was like, you're messing with me right now, right? Like you're messing with me. There's no way this is true. And so I go up to the, you know, he's like 10 or whatever, and I'm like, what's your middle name? And he goes, Daniel. I was like, you guys are messing with me right now. Like, come on. No, it's fucking true. Next would have been Stevenson. Imagine your ex had a twin. The name, oh my god. And you called his parents and sat them down, and you're like, that can't be his that can't possibly be his name. You need to rename this kid. No, we went the wrong way. Hold on. Fix this. We're gonna fix this. Yeah, I just thought that that was one of the dumbest things that I've ever heard in my entire lifetime. In my entire lifetime. I was like, there's no way. There's no way. Why is this going the wrong way? Like, I need you to go over here. You're not gonna roll at all? Okay. New plan. Why is there a random unicorn head here? Unicorn heads with like laser beams. Or even Stevens, just be so original to the other 2. I know. I just thought it was the funniest thing. And I just remember being like, there's no way this is real. Like this is an elaborate joke that you guys are all playing on me. But it was not. It was not an elaborate joke. Alright, let's do this. Ed, Ed, and Eddie. Oh, wow. Okay, hold on. We have to actually use our brain here for a second. How dare you make me use my brain? I don't know. I honestly don't know how to do this one. Like, how do you stand them up with each other? Alright, what if I do one on flat on the ground? Oof, not like that. Hold on. Hold on. No. No. No, no, no! I can, like, feel my throat getting dry. I'm talking so much. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Let's make a nice, like, little flat thing to go under right here. No, no. No. Okay. Mac! Hi! How are you? so much.
McNewell117 just resubscribed for 14 months.
14 months.
Pixel High Party times 14. TotK22.
Thank you so much, Mac. How have you been? How's things? I hope you're well. Thank you so much for 14 months. That's 14 months already. That's insane. How have you been? How's things? Tell me everything. That's not, this isn't gonna stay. Like, how do I do this with... I don't know how to do this with, without flat pieces to kind of counter. Do we think this will work? I don't think this is gonna work. It's been a while. Oh, it's fine, just work being work. Oh my goodness. It has been a little while. I was thinking about you the other day, actually. I was like, we haven't seen Mac in a bit. I hope he's okay. But you know what? Every time I say that to myself, whenever I'm like, man, I haven't seen so-and-so. I hope they're okay. They always, like, show up, like, within, like, a month or so, which is just crazy to me if you think about it. And Zelda is so much fun. I'm having so much fun with Zelda. I'm having so much fun with Zelda. To the point where I'm honestly a little concerned with, like, how much I think about Zelda when I'm not playing Zelda. Like, I'm literally at work and I'm like, man, I just want to go home and play Zelda. Like, it's, like, I'm staying up too late. Like, it's bad news bears. I don't think this one's gonna stay. It stayed. Let's go. Full-time Zelda. Next point growth. No, because I don't speedrun. I'm not good enough to speedrun. We saw that. We saw my fight. My fight yesterday and today. I can't speedrun. Crowd brawler in chat. That one, I'm really surprised I got that one to work. I'm not gonna lie right there. I am not gonna lie. I did not think we were gonna get that one to stay up. Alright, what was I doing here? What was I doing here? What was I doing here? Oh my gosh, look at the back and forth while I was building. What was I doing here? I came to do something here. What did I come here to do? Does anybody remember what I was doing? Shit. I don't remember what I was doing. There's Nadra. What was I doing? What was I doing? Looks awesome. I will lurk a bit. Good luck. Have fun. Good luck, Mac. Thank you so much. I've missed seeing you. I'm so glad you're back, even if it's just for a quick little moment to pop in. So good to see you. Enjoy the rest of your night, my friend. This is a Korok. I see it. Okay, go this way. Woohoo! I almost lost it. These ones are fun. I like these ones better. I like these ones better than the ones where you have to race there. Wait, this isn't Ranch Ruins, right? No, Ranch Ruins is over here. Yeah, Ranch Ruins is here. Money Plains. Wait, where? Is it the ranch ruins in Central Hyrule? Oh, I'm so confused. I thought there were... Yeah, here it is. Okay. I was like, no, it's in Central Hyrule. Have I been here yet? Oh, I haven't. I have Yahaha PTSD. Lol. I might actually, just because my throat is starting to bother me. I might call it a little early tonight. I think we're gonna go over here. No, I don't have any bubble gems. We're gonna go to the ranch ruins, take a little peek-a-roonskis, and then we're gonna call it early. Just because my throat is bothering me just a little bit. If you haven't heard me kind of clearing my throat a bit. I think I've just been streaming so much and talking so much the past couple weeks because I've been just nonstop playing Zelda. I'm just a little worn. So, fair but sag. I know. I know. I hate to do it. I mean, if I could just not have to talk and just leave the game up, I would do that, but I don't want my channel to get banned. Oh, it's so sad. Here she is. Here's the ranch. Is there really nothing here? There's not even a well? It's a chest. Gonna make a lo-fi radio channel with your own music and get banned. I saw that. Cardboard Cowboy, I saw that. Oh, I have. Okay. This bums me out that this is like in the game. Ooh, is that a cave? That's a cave. Ooh. Fucking damn. No kidding, right? Alright, I'll keep going for a bit. Maybe I'll make a little... Maybe, ooh, fuck. Maybe I'll make some hot chocolate or something. I still don't have any arrows. That's crazy. I can't see him. I can't see him. Oh, Taloon, you're a lifesaver because I couldn't see. Sounds delish. Yeah, that might help. Alright, so maybe we'll do that instead of ending. Because I don't really want to end. Just my throat hurts. Gonna make hot chalky? Come on. Come on. Taking your idea. People tend to do that a lot. People tend to do that to me a lot. Oh damn. That's 3. Alright, so I need 5. 5 bubble gems to get the last piece of the armor. I know. I'm just teasing. But yeah, maybe I'll mix it. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll take a little breaker. Little breaky break after this. Just a quickie. Just testing to see if Trem's still here. AFK now? Okay. Grab that. Thank you. Okay. Interesting. Okay, here, I'll do this. I'll do this. Okay. I'll leave this right here. I'm gonna put a little BRB. This will be longer than usual. This might be like 5-ish minutes or so, but I'll be back. Just a second. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. I let the dogs out while I was down there, so took an extra. Hi, Banana. When did you sneak in? Hello. Okay. Whew. Oh. Back from food. What's happening? I just got back. I literally just made a cup of coffee because my throat's been kind of a little scratchy. So I figured maybe some nice warm coffee will make me feel better. Rocks. Before you left, I was thinking of 2 H words. Handsome hydrator. Okay. 2 more people. I did, Steph. I beat it at like the very beginning of stream. It was a it was a tough fight, but yes, I did. I did it. I ended up doing it. And I ended up doing the travel medallion thing a couple times. So I was nervous because I was like, what if I didn't put the travel medallion close enough or whatever? But I was able to leave, go cook a bunch of food, which was what the problem was. The problem wasn't necessarily that like I didn't have enough arrows to do it. The problem is that it had gloomed all my hearts away and I only had 3 hearts and I couldn't recover hearts. So I just made a bunch of gloom recovery food. And I was able to go in there and just kind of spam my gloom recovery food and just get all my dead hearts back. But yeah, I did it. I got the do you want to see? Would you like to see what the reward was, or do you want to keep it a secret for yourself? It's a pretty cool reward, if I say so myself. It is the Majora's Mask. It is the Majora's Mask. Spooky. Yeah, Majora's Mask is pretty cool because it makes you like temporarily invisible to people. Like, see, I can like he doesn't know what I am. But if you stand there long enough, eventually they'll be like, wait. See how he's following me because he's unsure, but he hasn't attacked me yet? My glider isn't like my glider is a choo-choo, actually. A choo-choo. Ooh, here's a well. Astro will never catch up to me now. Look at all these fishes. Swimming with the fishes. All mine. I need to get some arrows. Like, I went through so many arrows today. Hey, where is Yunobo? Here he is. Come here. Let's go. Amazing. Ooh, lots to mine in here. Do we have any garbage that I can use? Here, yeah, let's use this. Well, that's not necessarily. This is fine. I was just trying to pick up the stones I mined. Not trying to explode everything. I think that's it. I think that's it. Ooh, stuff. Oh, Steph, you missed it. I also accidentally found this. I don't know if you can read what it says, but I accidentally found this and turned right the fuck around. Yeah. I was just exploring. Why turn around? Because I didn't want to do it yet. Because I'm not there in the story yet. Very nice. That was so easy. Let's go. I love when fights are easy. I love when fights are easy. And they're all reds. No spoilers. Yeah, I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready yet. Yeah, I was just trying to like fill in my map and stuff and get some light roots down in the depths. And oopsies. Wait, did they not go out and look out? That's kind of funny. Alright, so Laz says that he thinks Joshua will have a quest for me. Who's in here?
Oh,
I said, you think that Joshua might have a quest for me. Oh no, maybe? Not this one? Isn't that Purr's assistant? Or am I thinking the wrong person? Maybe I did it already? Okay. So that was the right person. Okay. I just most likely already did it. How many wells?
huh? Ma?
2? Oh, geez. 14 left. Okay. $14. Yeah, I thought it was less. It's okay, I'll just change my sensor back to it. And I'll get another day where I get like 8. How hot chalky? It's good. It's candy cane hot chalky. Candy cane hot chalky.
Oh.
It's pretty yum, but it's hot. I have to wait.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, it's so good.
Oh. Hi. Oh. 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 Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Ah. 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 Ah.
They're decayed. Okay, yeah. It'd be really cool if he could, like, restore your stuff.
Oh.
Oh.
Ah.
Oh. Oh.
Oh.
Oh.
Ah.
Alright, let me think. What else? I don't really want to start anything. Like, I don't want to start anything kind of, like, big, you know? The Royal Hidden Passage. I already started to go in here, and then I got nervous, and I was like, oh no. It's story stuff, and I shouldn't be in here. Where is he? Ooh, I didn't go this way this time. I didn't go this way last time. I don't, Riju, I'm good. Oh, I can pull my, my medallion from the Coliseum here. Yeah, I'll do this. Because then I can put it back here, whereas where I had it originally. Can I get you? Like, can you hit him? Nope. Yeah. Aha! It broke as I killed him. Amazing. So I don't have to change weapons. Ba-da-da-da-da. Can't carry more shields. Ooh, that's a 64? Yeah, let's drop that and take this one. Okay. Up, right? Ooh. Yeah, up over here. Bomb flower, bomb flower. Yeah, see, look, we're getting close to stuff here. Oh, why am I so itchy? I don't know why. Poorly, thank you. I'll do that in a moment. What's in here? Oh, anemone. Hi, Tatiana. How are you? Welcome in. Oh, it's another like. Bonus. My day was okay. It was a kind of a long day today, but we're good now. Hanging out. I got Majora's Mask, which was my big goal. My big goal for the day. Something good. Another 62 shield. That's so good. I can't not get it. Like, I'm sorry, Ring Garland shield. Chucky was so good. You finished yours already? Mine was too hot. I couldn't even drink it that fast. Oh, it's making my throat feel so much better, though. I'm glad I decided to do it. I am an experience. I see. I see that. Bye forever? See, where does down go, though? You. It's how I get so much through so much coffee. Yeah. It's a skill. It's a skill. I like to call it Hassafras. The Hassafras skill. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. I thought I saw a bomb. I guess not. Okay, that's literally not what to do, but that's fine. Skill I acquired from decades. You're not decades old. Get that out of here. Do I go that way? Do I go this way? I am, in fact. No. Do not lie to me. Do not lie to me. Diamond! Diamonds! Are a girl's best friend. Yo, Moulin Rouge movie night when? I don't know where I'm going. Like, there was another place to swim that I did not go through. Oh, yeah, I know where that is. Okay. Alright, I want him to come over there. Hey, Paul, how are you? Been drinking coffee since 5. I've been drinking coffee a long time. Not since 5, but definitely for a long time. Watching a movie on DVD. What were you watching? Anything good? Anything good? Where is he? I need the big boy. Big boy. It's about to be a blood moon. Oh my god, where is he? Come here, I need you. There we go. Oh my gosh, I need you again, apparently. Spider-Man 3! Oh, so good. So good. Thing of bubble tea? I've never had boba tea. I'd like to try it, but I've never had it. Wait, is it not a blood moon? Is it just gloom down here? Because I'm getting closer to the castle? All three, including Into the Spider-Verse. Oh, nice. Into the Spider-Verse is so good. I can't wait to see Across the Spider-Verse. I can't wait to see. Oh, there's what you call it in there. Okay. Horriblins. I feel like it's easy to get kind of lost in here. It's so good. 15 out of 10. Highly recommend. I loved Into the Spider-Verse. Like I remember leaving the theater after seeing Spider-Verse and just being like, I walked into that like not really knowing what to expect, and I walked out of the theater and I was like, that was so good. Like it was so visually stunning. It was just so good. Spider-Verse is so good. I know. I don't know how I'm gonna see it, but I do want to see it. In a test, I would go and watch the movie again. Where do I go? There's a little thing to open here. It's too good. I bet. I bet it's gonna be so good, honestly. How do I do this? How do I do that? Probably gonna kill me. Okay. I have all 4 sages. I don't have the 5th sage yet. Just the first 4. Ooh, a truffle? Okay. Island, sure. Nothing up. Nothing up. Okay. Nothing up. Yeah, DJ, I really want to see it. I'm excited to see it. Ooh, one more. There we go, last one. Last one! See it? I really want to see it, yeah. I'll have to probably wait until, it's, like, streaming. And get cinema popcorn? Movie theater popcorn slaps pretty hard. I think we all know. Movie theater popcorn slappeth. Slappeth. An HD torrent. And then when you get that, you're gonna like... You know. Right? Nice halberd, halberd. My favorite, a halberd, halberd. Okay, so... Go, ascend. To the log hoe? That's funny, actually. Log hoe! this is gonna hurt me for a second here. Ooh, give me that truffle. Come on. Why are you so slow? You swing so slow. Alright, let's get... This one's almost dead. It's dead. My halberd. Okay, we got it. Truffle. I wanna go this way. I see him. Where did I fall from? Like, I didn't mean to actually fall down. Where did I fall from? I don't remember. They went to see Across the Spider-Verse. I was watching Into the Spider-Verse with a friend. Ate so much popcorn that day. You have to. Like, it's just part of, like, the movie experience. Like, even if you're not at the theater, you still gotta have popcorn. Where? I hear him. Where? Like 3? Oh my gosh. That's so much popcorn. Interesting. So how do I get back over there? Unless empty theater, yeah. Alright, how do I get back over here? I like don't know where I fell from, so I honestly might have to go back because I don't know how to get to where I was. This is gonna go all the way up. Yeah. Okay. Dang. I don't know where I don't know how to get back to where I was. Because I didn't mean to fall down here. Not there. This motherfucker literally walked right up to me because I have Majora's Mask on. Yeah, when you do super late ones, yeah. Especially like where I live, like the movie theater that I would have to go to, pretty much, it's pretty far away, which is why I don't really want to go. But like, it's in a really small town. And everything, like, in town closes at, like, 10 o'clock. God, these guys are so ugly. These guys are so ugly. Nice. Wait, oh, there's another one? Oh, here it is. Okay, he's dead. Okay, those guys are all dead now. Okay, so this still doesn't answer where I came from and where I need to go. It's 1.5 miles from home. Oh, man. Back home in Connecticut, the theater was super close. I used to go all the time. It was like 12-minute drive, not even. Alright, I feel like it was like by one of these things. Oh, I just can't remember. Right on in chat. I'm so confused. Like, where the hell did I come from? Where did I come from? Where did I go? Where did I come from? God, Night Joe. I feel like this isn't right, but like, how else are you supposed to go further, right? Oh yeah, it's over here. It's over here. Yeah. This is where I needed to go. Okay, we're back on track. We're back on track. Yep, here we go. Back on track. Where is he? Come here. You. Nope. You. Okay, back on track. Why does it barely break rocks? Okay, so that's like further in. Okay, so what's over here? The music's creeping me out. Oh, I bet you this also goes further. Okay, gotta wait. Good thing it's only a couple seconds each. Absurd. Absurd? What is this? What is this the roots of, though? Like, what is these, what are these roots going to? One eternity later. What? Okay. Is there anything in here other than shrooms? I mean, I'm not complaining because shrooms are great, but... Doesn't look like there's literally anything other than mushrooms in this entire cave here. That one. I'm not going for it. Okay. Here? Yep. Time to get high on shrooms? No. It's not that kind of party. Come on, I need big boy. Come, I need the other two. Come on. Where the fuck is he? Oh yeah, he's down here. There we go. Perfect. Come here. No. Come here. There we go. Why? Okay. go here. Alright, an electric light. Okay. It's a 55, that's fine. Where's all this going, though, I'm wondering? And should I go back to, like, the door that, like, looked like an official castle door? Ooh, all this is... what do you call it? Thorns. Come here, guy. Okay. Nice. Hearts or stamina? Okay, so what I do is I do two hearts, 1 stamina. Is usually how I break it up. So I need one more set of, yeah, just one more stamina, and then my stamina's done. So so like I guess the answer is I'll fill my stamina up before I fill my my hearts, because you can always do temp hearts. Spread. There we go. Yes, keep burning. Amazing. Amazing. Is there anything in here? Who is that? Oh, the Hylian shield in here? It's gotta be, right? It's gotta be. Okay, so that was... okay, so uneventful for that to be just that. Okay, so let's go back. And let's go to that door. Maybe? Yeah, this one? How do I get in there? Where's this other, where? Like, there's nobody left. Got this. Oop, here. Where do I need to go? Oh, I need to not go there. I need to go next to it. Because otherwise it would go all the way up, and I don't want to go all the way up. But this... ooh, let's go. That was totally unexpected, but I'll take it. Not, well, that's not what I meant to do. Have you done meat stick? I haven't. Oh, I need to do meat arrow too. No, I haven't. I am Yeah, I decided to explore just a smidge. I don't want to get... I really don't want to get too far, though, honestly. I really don't want to go too far. Ooh, this is stuff that's not rusted? Where do I go from here? Okay. So we move back. And then back up again? And that way? Like, it feels silly that it just ends and doesn't go further under the castle unless I just straight missed something. Come, go, 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 please. Oh. That hurt me. It only hurt my pride when I lost all this stuff. Okay, whatever. Interesting. Can I get up here? Ooh, okay, hold on. There's more stuff. Here's more stuff. Okay. You know, boo? Okay, perfect. Go over there. Come here. No, not you. You. Have to wait again. It's only a couple seconds, though. It's okay. It's like getting so real now. Deep beneath this land, our mighty first ruler imprisoned the Demon King. To ensure the king's magic would hold, we erected a castle here to protect the sacred site. Without the castle in place, the site may be disturbed, allowing the Demon King's hatred and rage to revive. The preservation of this castle is therefore tied to the prosperity of the kingdom. May it watch over an eternal peace. Ugh. It hurts. It hurts my heart. Yucky. Yucky poo. Yucky. Yucky. Die. Die! Okay, with this. A Joltik in chat. Royal Shield 63. We're gonna replace one of these guys. Guess we'll just start replacing these. Alright, none of those, really. Just keep going. I didn't need Yunobo, but that's fine, I guess. This is weird under here. Like, it's kind of a maze under here. Royal Halberd, okay. Where's this go? Give me that bug. Astro, I see you. They must be done with Diablo for the... What's this? No, R.I.P. Terry. You were ripped off Guard's chamber. What does this do? That? Yeah, okay. Those are gonna be hands, aren't they? I like hear stuff. Sorry guys, I'm like hardcore like so fascinated right now that I realize that I'm not like talking. Are these supposed to be paintings or something? Why? What are these for? To make a bridge across? I see. Let's see. It gets to those. Ah. It's across here as well. Okay, touch. Does it work? Does it work? Yes. What is this? Please be something good. Made it all the way over here. Fascinating to wander. Yeah, oh, there it is. Look at it. It's so cute. Yeah, I'm really like It's one of my favorite just concepts in like the Zelda universe to be able to just openly explore Hyrule Castle like this, even though it's like just ruins of the castle. Move it, go. Where does this go? Does this go anywhere? No idea how you can find your way. I'm really not finding my way. I'm really not finding my way. I'm kind of just going where I see things that kind of catch my attention. See, this needs to be weighed down. Need to weigh it down? What can I... Do you think these will work if I stacked all of them? I don't know, I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see if it'll work. It does, I hear it. Yep. There's no way, only wander. I know. Oh, hold on, let me get your hydrate poorly. There you go. That's actually really good. Okay. Come here. Come here, you bitch. I don't know which way I should be going. Oh, that's ominous. So last time you would use Cryonis to lift this up. Well, we don't have Cryonis now, so how do we lift that up? How do I lift this up? Oh, wait. Can I literally lift it? Okay. Okay. That should be long enough. But if I do this... Okay. Same thing here. Mississippi 3, Mississippi 4, Oh, I can even just do that. I don't even need to do that. That's stupid. Silly. I'm being silly goose. I thought it would be... I don't know. I don't know what I thought. Not that easy. like, don't want to miss stuff. But I'm afraid if I, like, explore too much, I will miss stuff because I'll, like, lose my way. Wait, I came from here. Came from here. I came from here. Okay. Okay. Continuing on. So, what's in here? Outside? Okay. I like the music a lot. Music is good. I know, it's really good. It's just like, it's creepy. It's good. It's really good. They did a good job with it. They always do a good job with Zelda music, but especially Castle. Very good for ambiance. Ambiance. Okay. What's in here? Nothing? There's nothing in here. Okay, so we can go this way. Wait, there's a side door here first. Nope, there's nothing here. That goes up. But this also looks like this goes up. What person? Observation?
Yeah.
Okay, so this, okay.
Ah.
I can go anywhere in here as long as I don't, like, ascend up, right? Like, I'm not about to stumble into fucking endgame, because I will be so pissed. Where is it? I hear the Korok. No, I mean, like, as long as I don't go, like, up to the castle that's floating above. Like, I can explore in here, right? Right, can I make it back up here? I wanna go look at this. Okay, that's all I wanted to know. I was like, I'm just afraid that I'm gonna stumble into something I don't want to. I'll be mad. Okay. Oh my gosh, my tag of my sweater is like itching the back of my neck. Ah, this doesn't go anywhere. Where does up go? Too much. Oh, okay, okay. I mean, I definitely don't want to go to the floating castle, but I just wanted to make sure that this wasn't a I'm about to stumble into end game situation and be very upset. Just gotta swim through rocks. Like, don't you normally do that? Isn't that how people get around nowadays? Just some good old rock swimming. Okay. So, we go back down. Then we go back to the other way. Picky pack in chat. We go this way. I feel like I've missed stuff. Like, I really feel like there was stuff in these other rooms that I straight missed. Oh, there's a person in here. For sure, don't want to stumble on endgame. But 100% honestly, I don't think there's much you could do to stumble on. Oh, okay, okay. Unless you really tried to... Okay, that's all I want to know. That's really all I want to know. Because, like, you could stumble on Ganon if you explored too much of the castle in Breath of the Wild. And, like, if you were not ready, like, that's, like, such a shitty feeling. What is this? Oil, rice, meat, and egg. It's fried rice. That's what that is. It's literally fried rice. That's so funny. Yeah, you could whoops. Yeah, that's why I'm like, I'm paranoid. I'm paranoid now because of Breath of the Wild. This is just... A lot of arrows on this. Oh, no. There's a lot of arrows in here. The dining hall was full of enemies last time, too. It's more wand-proof. You hate the playstyle, Matt? The dining room specifically? What is the red thing? Like the goo, like the floating kind of like goo? It's called gloom. It hurts you. It hurts. Why is that locked? Is there a Lionel in there again? Is there fucking Gliok in there? Why is this locked? Tell me why! Why is the gatehouse locked if there's not a fucking Lionel in it like there was last time? Huh. Huh. Okay. This area, but of course won't unless prompted. Okay. I'm guessing that if I had like actually done the quest to like look at Princess Zelda through the telescope, it'd be different. That's my first guess. I was like, why is there so much... Why is there so much building materials? Oh, to go here? It's not that far. Let's go. So much building material. It seems I always every time I'm like there's so much building materials, I'm always like, why? Look, there's 2 there, and there's 1 here. Ha! That scared the shit out of me. That actually scared me. A shrine of light? Where? Where is the shrine? Above? It's gotta be there. Yeah. Is that a chasm? Yeah, the whole thing's a chasm. Ooh, that loaded in there. Did you see that? Did you see the lag when it loaded? I don't even want to turn around and look at like what's behind me yet. I'm just gonna collect all these poes. We're gonna get the light root and then we're gonna turn around and see. Don't look yet, don't look yet. Alright, let's get this light root. And then the big reveal of what's down here, because I don't know what's down here. Might not even be anything down here, honestly. Oh no, there's nothing down here? Like it's just a huge fucking hole? At least give a warning. There's a lot here and quite suspicious. So should I not go down here yet, do you think? The second level. Wolfie, I swear to God. I'm scared. I'm scared. I feel like I'm like going into the I feel like I'm going into the pit in the forest. Yeah, this seems like an abort mission situation. It's 12:30. I think we've done a lot today. Yeah, I think we've done a lot today. Let's go back to Lookout Landing. And let's find someone to raid, because this is gonna- I will get so sucked in here. I will get- no. I will get so sucked into this. And I did exactly what I wanted to do today, which was beat that Lionel, so... But, you know, guys, I, like, talk a lot of shit, but I'll probably stream tomorrow. I shouldn't. I really... Guys, don't let me stream tomorrow. Don't let me stream tomorrow. I really should take the day off and, like, rest, but you know that I'll fucking stream tomorrow anyway. Let's see. Sleep in? Oh, I will sleep in. Don't you worry. I should take the day. I should take the day, and I should rest, and I should sleep. How about somebody on Disney? How about somebody on Disney? Are we okay with that? Let's go raid as Zezra, playing some Disney. See, Arcane, it'll take you all day. I'll just try to give you a hard limit if you do. Okay. All right, we're gonna go hang out with Azzy. She is playing some Disney. But yeah, guys, thank you for hanging. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for cheering me on for that fight. But yeah, it's been a blast. It's always a blast. I appreciate you guys. Go give her lots of love, and I should not see you tomorrow, but I'll probably see you tomorrow. But I shouldn't. If not, I'll see you on Sunday. Stay safe, make good choices, and I'll see you later. Okay, bye!